A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the second edition of PR and Corporate Com 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2021. The E4M PR and CORPCOM 30 Under 30 Summit 2022 will deliberate on building new future leaders with key discussions on storytelling and messaging, next generation technology, the next generation of women in PR, staying optimistic during the pandemic. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, the latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle corona pandemic in the communication industry. I'm Khyati Kawa, your host for the day, and together we will go through this entire knowledge sharing session and celebrate the awardees of 30 Under 30 in the PR and COPCOM industry. But as we all know, no event is possible without the support of its partners. So here I'd like to take a moment and thank our partners. Presenting partner AdFactors PR, knowledge-driven communications. Powered by partners Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Candor Communications, Gold Partners, ATDB, Media Mic, Fusion Public Relations, and Seraphim Communication. Before we move forward, can we have a quick audiovisual, please?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
exchange4media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The exchange4media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchange4media.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, exchange4media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. exchange4media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, exchange4media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. exchange4media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder exchange4media group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. exchange4media.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency and the highest behavioural standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity and innovation driven by data and analytics to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill and Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
The second edition of Exchange for Media PR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Summit 2022 will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynotes and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle the corona pandemic in the communication industry.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the second edition of PR and Corporate Com 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2021. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us in on different social media platforms and on the microsite link as well. Here is something that we'd like you to do as we start the sessions in just a bit. If you have any key takeaways that you'd like to share it with the wider audience across all platforms on digital, then don't forget to use our hashtag, which is E4MPR Summit and E4MPR 30 Under 30. We'd love to hear what were your key takeaways from the sessions and engage with you on digital platforms as well. Ladies and gentlemen, like our introductory audiovisual said, we will be talking about storytelling and messaging, next generation technology, the next generation of women in PR, staying optimistic during the pandemic, and how we can tackle the corona pandemic in the communication industry. All this and more is going to happen in just a short while. But while we open the session, I'd like to once again make a quick mention to all our partners without whose support this event would not have been possible. Our presenting partner, AdFactors PR, Knowledge-Driven Communications, powered by partners Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Candor Communications, Gold Partners, ATDB, Media Mic, Fusion Public Relations, and Seraphim Communication. Thank you so much for your support. Just quickly checking in if we have all our speakers in here. And once again, a quick reminder for all the social media savvy to not to forget to share your key takeaways with the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4M 30 Under 30. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our inaugural session, we would like to invite on screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome, Dr. Batra, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Good to see you after a long time. Good morning to all of you. It's still not an afternoon. We are on 2nd July 2020, almost 27 months after the pandemic, and the world has changed in more ways than one. So first of all, I'm happy to see all of you on the digital medium. And I would say exchange4media started 21 years back as a pioneering digital initiative. And we've come a long way in this 21 plus years. Today's forum is about young achievers. It is the PR and CORP COMM 30 under 30. And my accolades to Mr. Karan Bhatia and his team for putting this together. Tonight, you will hear the names of the 30 winners who are under 30, who've been chosen through a jury process. But I want to say 6 things about what is happening. One, the age of achievement is becoming younger and younger. You look at the members of parliament in the parliament, you look at unicorn founders, you look at in any sphere, the age of achievement is getting. So 30 is the new 40 in terms of achievement, not necessarily in other area. Second, young people today want to not only grow financially, grow in recognition, grow in impact, but most importantly, they want to give back. You know, a lot of young people are today not just working for themselves, but they are working for the larger good of the society. Third, a lot of these young people are, doing things that are pioneering. They're being done for the first time. Fourth, these young achievers, and I'm taking these 30 under 30 as achievers, are really role models for even people who are older, people like me. And I believe in the process of reverse mentoring. So clearly, we can learn a lot from them. Fifth, I think having achieved some recognition, some accolades early, there is a lot more responsibility on these young 30 under 30s, because the expectations from all of you will be much more from here on. So clearly, this is just a, one kind of stop on your destination, but really the expectations from you are a lot. And sixth, last but not the least, all of these young people are in communication because they want to improve how we receive communication, what that communication does to each of us, what it does to our country, what it does to our planet. So they are very responsible communicators. Whether they are entrepreneurs, whether they're associated with brands, there is a responsibility amongst all of you on what you communicate, how you communicate, what medium you support, and what is the kind of tonality in the communication. We have seen in the last 4 weeks, if we do not communicate properly, if we are a spokesperson, what can it lead to? It can lead to mayhem in the country. It can lead to, complete breakdown of trust. It can incite passion. So communication for brands have to become a, a glue to bring people together, to build communities. But these young people, all of you have a lot of responsibility when you do your communication. Post the pandemic, PR has become an even more important tool for communication. While the paid advertising budgets have gone online, organic online brand building has taken a new turn and a new dimension. And today we are not only talking of building brands online, but in the era of B2C brands, commerce, whether it's digital commerce or social commerce, has grown. So clearly, how you're able to use content to grow commerce is another area that these young people are contributing to. So I wish all of you luck. I'm sure as you grow, you'll keep in mind the responsibility that you have towards the planet and towards the nation, and most importantly, creating an environment that builds on trust and doesn't divide us. So with this message, I look forward to celebrating the achievements of all 30 under 30 in the E4M PR and Communication 30 under 30. All the best to you. Keep growing, keep shining, and keep contributing. Thank you so much. And back to you, Khyati.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Always a pleasure listening to you, and such motivating thoughts for the young guns who are going to be awarded tonight. But before that, we have lots in store for all of you. There are many knowledge sharing sessions that are in store throughout the day. So stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere. And here we have some of the AVs for you to look back on.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Exchange4media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The exchange4media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchange4media.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, exchange4media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. exchange4media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, exchange4media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. exchange4media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder exchange4media group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. exchange4media.
The second edition of exchange4media PR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Summit 2022 will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynotes and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle the corona pandemic in the communication industry.
So once again, all those who've just joined in, a very warm welcome to all of you to the second edition of E4M PR and CORP COMM 30 Summit. We're straight getting into a first panel discussion as our speakers are here and the topic is hot. How do you attract young talent and retain them? This is a question everybody wants answers for. So challenges, advantages of recognizing young talent, how to spot them early and new ways to retain them. This and so much more is going to be discussed in our first panel of the day. We have with us as our panelist Sudipta Gupta, Vice President HR from the practice. We have Lovina Gujral, COO from Candor Communication. We have Amit Arora, Head of Corporate and Communications and Public Relations from Housing.com. And moderating the session is our very own editor of exchange4media, Mr. Ruhail Amin. I welcome all of you to the screen. A very warm welcome.
Thank you, Khyati, and thank you everyone for joining us on this very first panel. And the discussion is so relevant, I think with more opportunities, millennials especially, the newer talent, they have so many opportunities, so many places to go. Staying loyal and retaining them, of course, we used to think it's an HR problem, but it's not just an HR problem. It is the problem of the brand, and to address this is the need of the hour. So I want to start with you, Sudipta. So how do we tackle with this problem of retaining and keeping the new talent engaged? I mean, what is the story that your company is following, the approach that you're following to ensure that they stay loyal to you? And it's not just transactional, it's not just the next 10K hike and they leave it. How do we build that culture? What is your story like?
Okay, thanks for having me on this panel with my esteemed fellow panelists. So interestingly, I stand for an organization or I represent an organization that has been built on young talent. So all our people who've groomed to the senior roles are all people who started off as executives with us, and we have always believed in placing our trust and nurturing young talent. This journey has just got tough over the years. However, I think, we have always taken that leap of faith and believed in the young talent. And my experience has been, I think, the talent today in the category of the 0 to 4 years who's starting off, they are very clear about what they want. So I think the kind of work, the alignment to the culture and values, and helping them see what is in it for them is something that we have continued to do. I do feel that as HR and as managers, our orientation of what's loyalty or what is the tenure that you look at has changed. So I think that is something we've reoriented ourselves. But I think giving them the right opportunities, being transparent, and values and culture is what will get someone to work with you or not work with you, in my opinion.
Right.
Nikhil, I'm sorry to pitch in here. My apologies. We also have on our panel Mr. Rahul Mehta, CEO Media Mantra. My apologies of missing that out. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Mehta.
I was just going to Rahul, I was just going to ask him the
Wonderful.
question.
Go ahead.
Rahul, I wanted to ask you about, the media mantra story of, I get a lot of calls, by the way, from young PRs, and or as much as, I may not be able to answer them, but I make sure that I respond to them. How do you ensure, they stay loyal to the company, and, to understand the larger vision of an organization is not possible, I think, at an entry level. So how do we engage? What are the best ways that, organizations can offer to new talent, for them to stay loyal, to be there at least for 2 to 3 years minimum?
I think it's a combination of different facets. First of all is the work culture that we kind of imbibe in the company, which is a very friendly, political work culture, which is based on meritocracy. And also the fact that we have an open door policy with the senior management. People can come in, give feedback, ideation about anything, and the senior management listens. We also have a fun work culture. We do initiatives to engage employees every month and let them have a bonding with the company. We also, of course, reward performers. We have, annual award events recognizing top performers, which, is something that the employees appreciate. Also, in all the awards that Media Mantra has been winning over all these years, you would notice that in the actual team which has done the work goes on stage and accepts those awards. It's not the senior management that goes, but it's them. It's for them to feel the sense of ownership. It's for them to feel the sense of achievement. So I think it's a combination of all these facets, but I do believe that, employees are your greatest advocates, and happy employees help get you more young talent on board because they spread the positivity about the company in the industry.
Amit, the housing.com approach for retaining young and attracting and retaining young talent, what is that?
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us here. Rohel, I think I would like to before that, I think I would like to state here that a recent report by the recruitment agency Michael Page, they have stated that around 61% of employees in India are willing to accept a lower salary or forego a pay, basically to have a better life, to as Dr. Anurag Batra just said that they are more responsible, they want to give back, to lead a happier life. And again, one more that Amrish Rao of Pine Lab, he recently tweeted that the average life cycle has come down to 1.5 year for an employee. Hence, and the reason is that they don't hence they need to spend time in a relationship. And with the pandemic, I think it's become very challenging for all the organization to build a strong relationship. Hence, I think it's very important for all the organization, like in our organization also, the people and the culture are our top priority. Hence, it's important that you build a great workplace for organization, and people at the bottom of the pyramid need to be given that importance and need to be given that independence, which is obviously it has to come through the leadership. And hence the vision has to be crystal clear to each and every individual of the organization. I think that is very important for any organization to thrive and to grow. Yeah.
Right. Right. Lavina, what is your approach like at your organization? First this, then I have a set of questions for you.
Sure, Rohil. So firstly, thank you very much for having me. Very happy to be part of this panel. At Candor, pretty much everyone's covered all the basic important things, right? We've all been in this industry, so the needs and requirements of people are pretty similar across all companies in this industry. I would just like to add that at Candor, we have a pretty flat structure. We don't have designations. So that is our way of ensuring that, we are all on the same, level. We are all on the same playing field. Yes, experience of the seniors matters. But what we look at is that experience is here to guide and develop the youngsters and help them imbibe, and learn about what is important in the industry, what works. But once they are there, we also recognize that the most important thing that makes people stick to an organization is whether you give them a sense of self-esteem. Now, how do you give them that? You give them that by involving them in everything. So we don't have a practice wherein the lower levels or the youngsters have to do the bulk of the basic work. Once they show the ability to learn, the ability to deliver, we are happy to put them in front of the client, whether with 1 year of experience, 2 years of experience. Our company also has been built with many who have been with the organization ever since it was started, many for whom it was their first job. And today, after 7-8 years of experience, they are, they're doing extremely well. They are very happy where they are. Even people who have moved on after a few years, say 4-5 years, always have remain connected with us, and that's all we can really expect, right? We can expect that so long as they are here with us, their experience is one which is full of learning, one which is full of contribution, one where they feel valued and mattered, and all of those things. And that is the kind of culture basically that we imbibe. Okay, so attracting them is one thing, but holding on to them, I think that is where the organizations really play a larger part.
I want to come to you, Amit, start my next round with you, because you mentioned about organizational culture, So if you see the life cycle of a typical career has changed now, it's not the same what it used to be. Attrition is a norm. HR's, worldwide accepted, that the average age that a career span at an organization has really come down to 2.5 years. Can organizational culture change that? What are the best ways to build that organizational culture where people stay with you, they stay loyal to you, they are not swayed by every second offer that comes their way?
Thanks, Rohil. I think this is very close to me. And, I'm sure everyone, I would like to start with an analogy. Earlier, the messages used to take, not less than 4 to 5 weeks. Like if you send a message to a foreign country, through a mail, like a written mail. It used to take 3 to 4 or 5 weeks to reach there. So we, our age, we grew up in the age of emails, and now the time has changed. We are, the today's generation is screenagers. They're on the screens all the time, be it their cell phones, be it their TVs. They're on the social media all the time. So I think things have changed. So we need to we need to accept that the time has changed. It doesn't take much of time for. Hence, we need to engage with our audiences at all the level, at different level, and keep engaging with them. Earlier the the review process also used to be like annually, which now has changed. It has come to monthly, and from monthly now there are policy, like we have internal policy wherein we have a platform wherein you can we give a very importance to feel at home, and the moment you don't feel like home, you can go on our internal platform and you can post a message in housing.com's internal platform wherein you can say that I'm not feeling at home. So that life cycle has changed. It is the as I said that Amrish mentioned in his tweet that it has come down to 1.5 years. So you need to have a process to ensure that the meaningful relationships are built and meaningful connect is built among the employees and with the organization. That's very important, I think.
Sudipta, how can an organizational culture address the problem of retaining talent and keeping them engaged?
Yeah, so I think Amit has covered some very, very valid points, but I have also seen a lot of ex-employees, and we've always had that record of a lot of ex-employees wanting to re-engage with us through their career. And I think that the one thread that has been binding that is the culture. So I do think that apart from all the hygiene that you do, I think Rahul also spoke about the policies, recognition, and all of that we do. But I do think that walking the talk and not and I think of course transparent and open communication, but actually walking the talk and just living all of that up brings in a lot of credibility and connect. And I think agility is another thing that Amit spoke about. Everything today has become so fast, so how agile you are, how are you adapting, and how you're kind of walking the talk and actually showing employees what is in it for them and where they are going. And I think when people come to us possibly with their aspirations, people who maybe joined us fresh out of college or maybe after a couple of years, and if they're exploring, studying abroad or doing other things, we actually kind of have, senior people who mentor them and guide them through that journey, even if it is maybe taking up something else down the line. So I think that is what I would say. I think the life cycle has come down, but how deep and how qualitatively can you engage does, I think, leave an impact
Right.
Yeah.
Rahul, your take on this culture part. What are the best ways to build that culture?
I think I would agree with what Sudipta said of walking the talk. Saying that employees are like family is just a statement, but actually actioning that in terms of what you do for them is what matters to them. So, just to take the example of the lockdown, I do know people in the industry, and I think a significant chunk of the industry and agencies saw salary cuts during that time. We as an agency did not do even a 1% salary cut to our employees. We retained them on the current salaries. We did explain to them that we couldn't afford to give them increments that year, but they were more than happy because they knew the industry colleagues had all got salary cuts. And post the pandemic, when the business picked up again, we actually gave them very good increments. They understand that the company cares about them, and I think that's what matters. So I also see a very, very friendly, very open work culture with a lot of positive vibes in Media Mantra. I think that's what helps us retain talent. That's what helps us re-engage talent when they leave, they want to come back. So I think it's just the management philosophy of making sure that we are taking care of our employees and we're giving them the opportunities to grow. So with the open door culture, employees can come in and even ask for horizontal movement. So somebody from servicing team wants to join the digital team, we get them training. We help that lateral movement also. Somebody wants to move from the content team to the servicing team. So all of that is possible here, and it's a very, very open door policy, very friendly policy, a very friendly work culture. So I think all of this as an amalgamation really helps us to retain employees, and them as advocates helps us to get more younger talent on board.
Right. Lavina, how do you see this correlation between culture and retaining and attracting talent?
Definitely. I mean, it's a direct correlation. People will stay on only when they are happy with the culture that they are part of, right? You may join a company basis, the job profile or the offer on the table, etc. But they will stay on only because of the culture, the kind of experience they have, how their interactions are on a daily basis. Especially at that level, the 0 to 4 years level, are we making them feel important enough? Are we recognizing every contribution that they make, whether it's and we are a fairly, we are a boutique agency, so to speak. So we are not very large in terms of number of people, but we have roles which allow you to gain experience across multiple dimensions in the PR role, right? So there is client servicing, there is content, there is media relations, there is all of that. And thankfully, during the pandemic years, we are, maybe we were one of the fortunate ones. Our business actually grew. So people got increments, people got bonuses, people got all of that. And that made people feel that, yes, we are not, because we as an agency did fine, we passed it on to our people. We did not, if we wanted, we could have followed the industry norm and, clamp down on maybe increments or something like that. But we did not see the need to do so. And I think that is something people appreciate. And even now, one of the important things to people at this band is flexibility. So we are still in a hybrid format. We are still, work from home. There are kids who are still back home in the, in the smaller towns where they actually come from. So all of those things are there, and this is only possible, this is only successful for us because there is a very high degree of trust, right? Even sitting in a remote location, are you involved? Are you taking up your job seriously? Are you making the contribution that you're required to make? And yes, if you're ticking all of those boxes, we trust you completely as an organization, and we are happy to reward that. That's the kind of culture that we have. So it works both ways, right? Company is a culture. It's the people who add to that culture and keep it alive and keep it thriving. So there has to be contribution from both ends. So if you are going to say that only the management is responsible for building a culture and therefore it's our job to retain people, that's only half the picture.
That's an important point. I think I want to touch upon it and come to you, Amit. One is this part, when we talk about culture, we think it's the bosses, it's their responsibility. We are not part of it. Culture belongs to them. Is this mindset actually prevalent? I mean, I want to understand from you. Second, you mentioned somewhere, if I correctly remember, that the mindset has shifted from just paycheck. You see the other benefits. Are you getting flexible hours? Are you getting time for yourself? It's not just about the paycheck. Have these mindset shifts taken place? Also, is the mindset still the same that the culture belongs to the bosses? It's their problem.
See, I would, I would like to, start here with a very, funny kind of chatter which we keep on hearing on social media and also on the ground when you're in office. Although not regularly nowadays, because we are at housing, we are a hybrid mode organization. So the interesting chatter which we keep on hearing that I am taking a call whenever it is needed, I'm taking a call at 9 p.m. So why am I not supposed to, post a reel on Instagram at 11 a.m.? So, the mindset has to change. We need to look at the bigger picture that, things have changed. Things are evolving so much, as I said, hence the expectations have to be changed. You can't be, having a mindset of, the 10 or 15 year earlier that, when you're in office, it's a 9 to 5 job. So it is anyways, 9 to 5 is no more, even for the people who are working in a public sector. You call up nowadays any public sector employees, be it government organization or be it any bank or anything. So they'll tell you the story. So hence the expectation are changed. You got to evolve your organization culture, and the individual need to be trained, and not only at the junior level, at the senior level you need to be trained, and the mental thing has to change overall. That's what I think.
Absolutely. Sudipta, what has been your observation of the new mindset at work? Are people driven by paychecks, or are they driven by maybe a flexible space? I mean, where they can be themselves. Also the culture part. Do people still think that let HR worry about the culture bit? I mean, it's not my responsibility. I'm trying to understand your observation of the current workplace as far as the young talent is concerned.
Yeah, so definitely it's nobody sees it as an HR or a boss's thing. I think people expect it from everybody they deal with, and I'm going to bring in another key element here, which I'm sure everybody would agree with, is apart from everything that we do here for our people, I think in the public relations industry, I think the kind of clients, the kind of client dynamics, the kind of relationship and the kind of exposure people are getting is also a big factor in how they kind of enjoy their role and look forward to staying. So I think that's a big element, and I would say that managers have an important role to play there. So I think people right now, I think they look at it in totality. While they are happy with the culture and everything, they just see how much they can learn, and if their managers are as people they would aspire to be. So I think it's a combination of all of this that is kind of people are expecting.
Right. Rahul, I mean, you have team members who are millennials, youngsters who have joined. What is their mindset like, as far as this sector is concerned, how do you read them if you have to, kind of share few traits and expectations they have from the workplace, what have you observed individually?
I think it is a age and day of individualism, and everybody comes with their own personalities. But the one thing you see in common is that they do want opportunity to learn, they do want an opportunity to grow, and they do want an opportunity to be heard and to be recognized. So I think it's a combination of all of these, and also the fact that there's a chance to learn new skill sets. So so what we do is, what we make sure is that on basis feedback from the teams, we actually organize external trainers who come in and train our teams on different skill sets, helps them grow. Also, I think one thing that does kind of motivate them is that their company is constantly in news, with positive news, growth-led news, new clients coming in all the time, the award wins, the culture. So I think it's a combination of all of these, but us recognizing their personalities, us helping them to grow basis their own individual requirements. I think that's what matters to them a lot. So it's an overall mix. I think we have done it successfully for our employees, and which is the reason why we attract good talent and we retain them as well.
Lavina, any insights to share what you have observed?
Yes, I would just like to just add that, I think in terms of talent, we are at a little cusp wherein, there is the younger generation, which has been brought up, like everybody mentioned, on a whole new set of dynamics from where we, which is different from where we come from, right? So we are at a juncture where we are both trying to understand each other and help each other out to the maximum, to the best possible way. I think that things are progressing. I think that we are becoming the management, so to speak, in most agencies, which is pretty much our age group, is becoming more accepting of the new generation's requirements, their understanding what is important to them, their goals, etc. And the younger generation also, all due credit to them, they're stepping up, they're learning. It's just that they look for more instant gratification, and PR is more of a slow burn kind of a profession. But when it does burn up over a few years, it's pretty bright. So, like Sudipta spoke about, the kind of experiences, the kind of clients that you get to interact with, their management, etc. Those kind of things are not, not something that you get in too many professions. So, my advice to the younger generation would just to be, hang in there, do the learning, and it will be a very, very rewarding career in a few years.
Great. We have around 10 minutes left, so let me pose my final question, starting with you, Amit. We are fully powered by a hybrid work culture, which means at times we are not available in person. And that emotional connect, and that hand holding is not there, the way it should be. In such a setup, dealing with new talent, has it become, how have you adjusted to this one and ensured that the connect stays, even if there are new people joining the organization? They don't feel that they don't have the guidance of the senior colleagues there. So how do you try to bridge this gap?
Yeah, thanks. So, see, I think it's very important that you build a process of learning, in the organization, which is very important. Like, for example, at housing.com, we have a separate learning platform, wherein, everybody has to, each and every individual has a set of basis, their role, they have a skill set. And, before you, get into your role, there is a proper training which you have to go through, which is personal training, plus at the same time you have to finish those skill set things. So that actually helps in bridging. And each and every individual of our organization at Housing are being allocated mentors which are not in their role, or which are not specifically, I would say, which are not in part of their team or their extended team. So I think that helps in bridging the gap, which that helps.
Right. Sudipta?
Yeah, I think we do have a lot of what Amit spoke about in terms of an L&D platform. But I think what we have seen is, I think, connects multiple touch points, larger team touch points in terms of people working on similar clients. One of the initiatives that we actually started during the COVID time, and we continue to do, is a peer-to-peer connect, because we somewhere felt that over the years you're always talking top down or bottom up. But how are you getting people at the same level across various locations and clients to come together and share their experience? So we've seen that do very well, because people then know that they have such a big system of people within at their level doing so many things, whom they can reach out to, who've grown, some are new in the organization. So all of that, and I think our senior managers and above have taken a lot of efforts in doing multiple levels of connects with groups, teams, formally, informally, and even on the HR side, we've done all of that. And we do a good amount of internal comms as well. So we have very specifically done campaigns on values and various other things, through this period, for people to kind of understand these softer aspects. So I think, some of those things is what we've kind of done.
Rahul, has hybrid culture made it difficult for that hand-holding and emotional connect to happen, or have organizations found a way to deal with it?
I think when there was a full lockdown in place and everybody was working from home, that time initially there was an adaptation required, and one thing we did was made sure that the team was connected virtually on a daily basis in terms of the intra teams, as well as every week doing some kind of a HR initiative to engage the whole team virtually, being on call with them, listening to them, being empathetic to them as well. So I think over in that phase, it was smooth. We actually managed a smooth sailing during that phase. But right now, we do have a flexible work policy, but most of our employees actually choose to come to office because I think they like coming to office. It's a very positive work culture. So currently, we do not face that challenge. But when we did have that limitation, we actually were able to manage and keep our employees engaged and retain them as well.
Right. Final words from you, Lavina?
I think what I would say is that there is, huge amount of learning in this industry. There is huge amount of opportunity, the kind of, role that one can grow into. It's the opportunities are varied. They are with all these, international agencies here now, and PR becoming more and more relevant, more so in the post-pandemic era. I think it's a great industry to be in. I think that, it's just a mindset that one needs to have, the mindset of the fact that you want to be successful, that you are open to learning. All of those things from this generation is what we expect. As organizations, it is our job to handhold, train, whether in a hybrid, remote, or in office mode. Modes, after a certain point, don't really matter. One can connect with people if you really want to. There are enough and more tools around these days to make that connect, and people are doing it. But it's just that one thing I would like to point out is that what this little upheaval has done is that there are enough people who have been jumping jobs for the sake of money. So my only advice to them is don't do it. It is something which will catch up in your career graph over a period of time. So stability is important, especially because these are your learning years. So learn, stay at a place, learn, and then make a move if you have to. No problem about that. But don't be jumpy. That always reflects, that does not reflect well. And I think it's a great culture that the PR industry is, and these kind of forums where, recognitions, you're recognizing people under 30 years of age. So that in itself is a huge industry level recognition that they are able to get for themselves. Not too many industries have things like this. So enjoy PR to the maximum.
So I have 5 more minutes. So I need a one-line answer from all of you. Quick suggestion, Amit, for ensuring that you attract young talent and retain them in one line.
Yeah, I think as an organization, you need to define that, you understand employees, give them a flexible workplace, wherein you provide a meaningful interaction and relationship, and, creating a great place to work. Yeah, that's very important.
Sudipta?
I just say approach it with raising the bar of talent for the industry. I think that's what we've done. And I think just stick to that. And just one more point I wanted to make. I do think that, and this has come up in various industry forums, I do think the public relations career does need to do some PR for its own self with academia and others, because I think a lot of the young smart talent is not really, is not really understanding it. So I think, that would be a point I'd just like to make. Yeah.
Rahul?
I think the one point is that make them feel empowered and make them feel like family. And by empowered, I mean what they say to us as an organization is heard and is actioned. And that automatically translates into the fact that they are a part of the company's family and we are all one family. I think the moment we are able to imbibe that feeling in an employee, they will stick longer and they will always be there for the company.
Great. Lavina?
Yeah, I'll just like to end with, there is about self-esteem. So I think self-esteem of the youngsters means a great deal to them. I think we should be very mindful on a daily basis. We need to ensure that they are getting the learnings that they need, that the work that they're doing is being recognized, and on an open forum, like whatever is the format that you implement in your organization, make sure that whatever a person does well is spoken about, is articulated to others as an example, so that peer-to-peer inspiration also comes in from that point of view. But yes, like Sudipta said, PR industry needs to do a little bit of PR for themselves. PR as an industry is very secure in business. We need more talent is the key word, and we need solid talent. We need talent that is open to learning, because the growth opportunities are immense. So my only this thing would be, all the people, all the youngsters who are attending this, tell your friends, bring them in.
Thank you so much. And the beauty of this discussion was that, we discussed something which earlier we might have thought that only HRs could relate to, but it's such a great thing that people first approach is being taken at all forums. And thank you for, doing this, Karan, and thank you, my esteemed panelists, Amit, Sudipta, Rahul, and Lavina, for joining us on this first discussion.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Rohil.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you once again to our panelists, and of course, Rohel, for moderating the session. It has been such an informative session. Thank you, everybody. And for all those who are watching us live on any of the social media platforms or on our microsite, don't forget to jot down your key takeaways from the session and spread it across, and share the love with all the viewers on our social media platforms. You can use the hashtag E4MPR30under30 or E4MPR Summit. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our first keynote session of the day, we have with us Mr. Nitin Thakur, Head of Communication from OYO. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I'd like you to please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I started with a cardinal sin. I'm sorry about that.
We all have done that at some point, but a very warm welcome to you, and we all are waiting to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. For those who I haven't had the opportunity of interacting with before, my name is Nitin Thakur, and I head communications for the global travel tech company OYO. Let me begin with what I wanted to speak with you today, which is essentially about the 5 hacks for a gravity-defying communication career. So first of all, congratulations in advance to all those who are making it to the under 30 comms professional list, which will be announced today evening. And equally to those who were in the fray but may have narrowly missed the bus. However, whichever of these 2 categories you fall in, since you were shortlisted, clearly you're doing well in your career and are one of the best in the profession. But still, you do have at least 30 to 40 years of working life ahead of you. And assuming that you love the field of PR and communications, how do you defy the personal, the organizational, and the cultural gravity to constantly keep moving to a higher orbits? As someone who's practiced this profession for 2.5 decades now, today, I wanted to share with you the 5 principles that have worked for me. So let me begin with the first one, which is that you should try and be the Chief Clarity Officer. Now, some of you may already be commanding small teams. Sorry, just give me a few seconds to pause. I think there's a problem in the connection. Just a second. Yes, I think it's more stable now. So as I was saying, try and be the Chief Clarity Officer. Now, some of you may already be handling a small team. Some of you may have larger teams. etc., and so on. Uh, I think one of the things that almost everybody in the team looks at um, and needs to perform to their potential is that very often they don't get a clear sense of direction of what is most important for the team, for the organization, and why. And I'm not necessarily talking about, oh, which is the best big, next big launch for your company or your, the agency team that you're working for, or the announcement or the initiative coming up. But it's more on the lines of clarity that comms can deliver, which would be most invaluable to the company. And what are the parameters that you actually need to put in place to change, shift to that? And how does this clarity come to you as a leader? It comes from a little bit of introspection. I think hustle is really important. It's highly rated, but hustle also comes with the downside of not stepping back enough. So my advice to you is, while you hustle, please find for yourself some time to think through, get clarity, and then provide clarity to your teams. So that'll be my first one. The second piece of advice is, don't follow your passion. That is one of the worst advice that people give. And I'll tell you why. The first is, very few of us know what passion truly means. It also assumes that you have only one or two passions in life which will remain constant throughout. That's not true. And the biggest flaw, by the way, is that the assumption that you're good at your passion. For instance, most youngsters today want to become the Instagram, YouTube sensations. That's their passion when you talk to them.
So apologies, it's a technical glitch. We will have Mr. Nitin Thakur join us shortly. I see him here already. But all those who are in Bombay know that we have a whirlwind of storm almost here in Bombay. The rains are pretty heavy on us today, which is why I think we have a little instability in terms of the bandwidth. But we are here and we're not going to go anywhere. So stay right here with us. Once again, just a reminder, because I know so many of you are really social media savvy and love to put your thoughts out there and key takeaways. So don't forget to put your key takeaways from the previous sessions using the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4MPR 30 and the 30. We have lots in store for you today. And as you know, we are also going to celebrate the E4M PR 30 under 30, the 30 professionals under the age of 30 who've done extremely well even in these uncertain times. And for all those who are watching us on different social media platforms, which is LinkedIn and Facebook as well, don't forget that if you have any questions, you can also type it in the chat box and we will have our speakers address them when the time permits. Welcome back, Mr. Thakur.
Thank you. Perils of working from home.
Yes.
All right. So I don't know where I got dropped off, but I was talking about not following your passion and trying to follow your contribution, which essentially means find the things that you are good at doing, what energize you on things that you get positive feedback. And when you find those excellent zones, then you start gravitating towards it. Let me give you an example. After college, I landed a dream job in one of India's top garment export firms. The pay was good. I had a creative bent of mind. Fashion designing is always a cool thing, especially for youngsters. It's almost like today's equivalent of being a creator or an influencer. And Indian garment exports were a big rage at that time. It was a high potential sector. Now, once I joined, I realized that one important part of the job turned out to be to ensure consistency and productivity of the workforce on the shop floor. So I had to keep pushing a set of jaded workers to be on their tables all the time and keep working every minute. I was like a primary school kid trying to play the monitor to a bunch of senior school teenagers. And of course, I hated that part, mostly. The part I did like, though, and which got me a lot of appreciation, was when I was designing and publishing contests and schemes to make these people motivators. And this is eventually sowed the seed of my finding my way into the communication profession. Remember, when I started off, I thought I'll be doing something in the fashion business, but I gravitated. I shifted my passion to the right orientation. So what do you do when you find the task that energizes you? I think it's very simple. Just work hard towards prioritizing them, giving them more time versus other pressing things that are coming on your table every day. And gradually, I think the organization also realizes what your bent is, and more such work finds a way on your table. So that's my second one. I think the third that's worked for me, which I want to talk about, is finding unresolved problems. Now, I'll give you an example again. In my company, Oyo, one of the biggest segments of travelers that do booking with us are the business travelers. So while it's the largest cohort, most of the communication focused work effort is actually talking towards the leisure travelers because it's a more exciting thing to communicate, to talk about, etc. Now, so that's one example. And then the second is no one is talking about ready room availability. Oyo is one of the only players who actually most of the bookings get done the same day as the person is to live there or stay there, or maximum a day before. Now, when I started talking about highlighting these aspects in the company, I hardly got any traction because, remember the concept of organizational gravity that I spoke about earlier in my speech. So, it's not the way things are done. We focus on leisure travel. That's the industry norm. And we do it. So things like this are always seen as unimportant, or they are unprioritized till you're able to show success. Now, I have limited time in the speech, so I will not go into how we actually started talking to the small business owners, but tried hard, found an unsolved area, worked towards this, and today there's a lot of appreciation. So, but the larger question is, why should you do this? How does it help in your career progression? I think it's very simple. Organizations often want workers to accomplish assigned tasks. They want to focus someone to get things done at the first instance. but at the same time, they also, albeit little reluctantly, cherish those talents who can take up a cause on their own, find it, and drive it through. The fourth one I wanted to talk about is it's a principle that I have followed intuitively, but I think it's been captured well through some of the books lately, like The Power of Atomic Habits. Some of you may have read it. It's by author James Clear. It's one of the best sellers. There are a few more in this area, which is like The Power of Habits by Charles Duhigg. Now, what does this principle essentially say? It just says that a good routine, which is small and easy to do, can become the source of incredible power and success in your career. It almost works like compound interest, goes up bit by bit. So a small change can accumulate into habits and over a long period bring systematic change. So I think it's aptly said, and I'm paraphrasing, if you want better results, then forget about setting goals, focus on your system instead. Success is the product of daily habits and not once in a lifetime transformation. Let me bring it live by giving you another example, this time not from my professional life, but my personal one. I tried very hard throughout my life to have a regular exercise regime. Everyone knows the importance of it, but it was easier said than done. And so one of the hacks that I tried is that I love reading. So from my regular reading regime, I switched over to 1 hour of listening to audiobooks or podcasts instead. So I'm still getting information, whether it's fiction, non-fiction, whatever, but I'm getting it in form of audiobooks. And then once I got into this habit, I switched to walking alongside this listening. Started coming naturally, did it for a month and a half, and then switched to a little bit of jogging. So, first time in my life, I was able to form a habit, which was aligned to something which I was anyways love doing, which is reading or listening to non-fictional stuff. So I think there are similar ways to build habits in professional life, which can lead to success. And you'll find that these habits are true key to success in your career. I'll go to the last one that I had on my mind, which is, and I'm also conscious, I think I'm already almost reached my time, so I'll hurry this up. Try and find, what if you're a startup? Think about it this way. What's your product market fit? That's the first thing that startups try and do, right? Their approach to market validation has something for us to teach. So do one thing, try and find an area which would be useful in the future as per you in the field of communication. Think of things like a visual data scientist, a natural language processing expert, or a synthetic content coordinator, whatever you read up and you find is interesting. Then find elements in your own personality or working style that make you fit into, acing one of these. And then take out time to gain expertise in any of them, which you think will become, which are areas of future, or will become mainstream requirements later. And then once you have adequate knowledge, validated by doing a pro bono project for anyone, your client, your friend's company, wherever. This is the only way you get to break free from gravity and shift your orbits as you grow in your career. So I'll close by harking back to one of the films that I loved, and it's based on a book which my friend Anup Sharma had gifted to me long back. This book was Thank You for Smoking. And in this, the protagonist, a public relation professional for the tobacco industry, is trying to explain to school children what he does for a living. And he says, movie stars get paid to talk. And that's what I do. I talk. So now, to be able to talk successfully about something, you need to be sure about it, which basically equates to the point of chief clarity officer that I spoke about. And you also have to have new stuff to talk about, which is in a sense is what I spoke about in terms of finding unsolved problems. So with this, I'd like to end my speech and thank you for listening. I hope some of these pointers that I shared will help you break the gravitational pull of mediocrity and take you to your higher orbits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Thakur, for that very insightful session. And I'm sure a lot of your words are going to stick with our viewers. And thank you once again for spending time here with us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all those watching us, I'm sure you've taken some nuggets of wisdom from Mr. Thakur's presentation and his session. So don't forget to spread it across with the wider audience on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, whichever your preferred platform is. Don't forget to use the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4MPR 30 under 30. We'd love to engage with all of you and have a conversation digitally. Moving forward, we're going to our next keynote session, which is going to talk about talent, training, and technology. 3 T's, very, very important. So let's find out what is talent, training, and technology going to do in the communications world. We have with us Dr. Samir Kapoor, Director at Factors PR. May I request Dr. Samir to please join us online and switch on his video. So while Dr. Samir joins us, let us quickly take a look at our E4M audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
Exchange4media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange4media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchange4media.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange4media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange4media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange4media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange4media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange4media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange4media.
So once again, welcome back to Exchange4media's second edition of PR CORP COMM 30 under 30 Summit and Awards. We have our next session, which is going to talk about the 3 T's: talent, training, and technology. Now, these 3 T's, what does it mean for the PR and CORP COMM community? This is going to be taken over by Dr. Sameer Kapoor, Director at Factors PR, who's here with us. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much, and my apologies for joining in a minute late. I think I was busy with a link issue, but
Not a problem.
glad to be here. Yeah.
We're happy that you're here and looking forward to your session. I'll leave the screen over to you.
Right. Thank you so much, and greetings to everyone. It's really exciting to be here and talk, especially when the world of public relation is at the cusp of a huge transformation. Specific to the perspective of what is changing this entire thing is digital, and engaging young talent, the current ones, the ones that are going to be the future leader for the industry. Of course, rewarding their work and the recognition is absolutely something which is very, very great. And I would like to congratulate exchange4media for successfully doing this. This is, of course, the second session, which they're doing really well. And I believe that companies and brands, they need to talk about things that people definitely care about. So brands with purpose are therefore emerging as a new frontier of this transformation. Now, currently what is happening is we are catering to evolved set of audience, evolved set of customers, evolved set of stakeholders who are not willing to digest something that was given during the past decade or past couple of decades, the way the PR has evolved. They don't want to have the fluff. They want to just listen to the stories that hold values and something that matters to them. So the question that millennials and Gen Zs have started off with something called what's in it for me. And therefore the brands need to figure out what's in it for them rather than just talk about their own message. So the focus will definitely be on sending the right message to the right people, and of course at the right time and the right place. So medium becomes important. You want to engage the new generation, which is Generation Alpha. You have to have a gaming as a solution in your overall campaign. Otherwise, that Generation Alpha is not even speaking to you. I'm talking about the next generation after Gen Z that is going to enter into the marketplace. So there has been a mind shift in the consumers. The companies really have realized, many of them have definitely done that. And they are actively engaging with us as agencies, as PR partners, to connect with their stakeholders, with their audience in a genuine, transparent, and more like in a human manner. You are seeing that humane part of this entire thing coming up with various CXOs, not only outside India, but in India as well now, trying to humanize this entire thing in their own, connect with their customers, their audiences. They're following what is called the D2C, right from the biggest share in the country's office to the India Inc. captain. Everyone is now using their own platform to talk about it. And that is where PR has a very, very important and key role to play. Now, this current edition is, of course, dedicated to talent, which is primarily about the future leaders of public relation. And I believe to lay a strong foundation of a promising future, there has to be a concrete step that needs to be put in the current form. So you have to seed that right now so that these leaders, of course, emerge as someone who's ready to take on, or people who are ready to take on this great profession of ours to the next level. And ever since this entire element of pandemic that has hit, every aspect of business and every aspect of communication is under question, is getting disrupted. The entire element of work-life balance, to the fact from working from home, which was more about survival. Now the entire aspect of thriving, the new format coming in, PR agencies experimenting with metaverse. And all this is now leading the young workforce to question, well, whether it is only about financial security, is it more about the purpose for what they are doing? So then young minds today are, of course, seized with the idea that what is it that they want to do and they want to add to their lives. Now, I think the PR people, PR team, and of course the winners of 30 under 30 who are going to be the leaders for tomorrow, they are already leaders in their own rights. They need to bridge this gap by encouraging amongst the new guys who are coming in, the talent that is coming in, by encouraging a sense of belonging in them, right? And also the fact, I'm thankful to exchange4media because they are celebrating the success of public relation and the hard work that people, many of our resources put in. They are being rewarded by the awards that they do, by this kind of celebration that they have initiated every year. And my kudos to the entire exchange4media group for managing this really well. Similarly, the entire aspect that you see, I was traveling, I was out of country recently, and I saw this entire Pride Month that is being celebrated in the country I was. And that made me realize that not only that country, which is, of course, we think in our mind, perceptual wise, is ahead of us, the entire thing is celebrated in India as well. The fact that we have one community that should not feel excluded, and this entire month about celebration that has gone there is also a fact that the diversity that we are now bringing to the table, and it's not only something that it's a good thing to have, it's a must have for all the organizations. And companies will have to be aware and more respectful to the young minds as to what is it that they acknowledge as their social and the cultural backgrounds. Now, what can we do as agencies, as CORP COMM fraternity, is provide a safe and open environment to spark conversation and discuss the topics that are important. And hence flexibility, because of this work-life hybrid model, work from home, is becoming a guiding norm around the future of the workplace. And of course, the future is going to depend on how this is important. What we've also seen purely from a talent perspective, as well as that talent, not only from the metros and tier 1 cities, but tier 2 and other non-central locations are also now becoming part of the mainstream because of this entire aspect of digitization that has happened. So the culture of openness, where ideas are appreciated, implemented, not challenged, not being thrown about, is something which is important. So the first T that we mentioned about is the talent part, which is talent retention, talent appreciation. And again, I want to congratulate exchange4media for initiating a dialogue on making sure that talent appreciation is being discussed in a big way. The second P that Kathy mentioned was about training, and more people need to be trained and understand as to how this profession works. I'm very fortunate that at AdFactors, we have a huge amount of learning and development expenses that we have put across every year to make sure that all our employees are trained in the future courses, so that the new age or the new digital channels that are emerging, which will showcase endless possibilities, something which was restricted as far as when our focus was only to the print media, has now opened up because of this digital space, whether it is online space or social media space. There are multiple things that can be done. And the new age PR professional needs to be trained in all of that. They need to understand how data works. You don't need to be a data scientist, but definitely you need to understand how data works and how you can tell a story or craft a story around it, so that you can get more and more mileage for your client on these platforms. Now, finally, coming to the fact that the brand and agency relations are something where companies need to understand the importance of public relation. The era of paid format or the advertising format, of course, is kind of undergoing a lot of changes because media is also getting fragmented. But one common thread which combines all of them is the content, where public relation agencies have an advantage. They understand what will make a good story. They understand the nuance of storytelling better than advertisers, and therefore I think that's one of the reasons why the talent is also looking at public relation as their natural choice. Now, India, of course, is leading a global startup of ecosystem, and media and even consumers are more interested in knowing how these businesses are faring and how much money they are making, or whether it is sustainable to scale them up or not. So PR, I believe, has played a key role in the gap that currently exists, in bridging the gap actually. And in case there is any other gap between consumers, between investors, between policymakers and other stakeholders, public relation is best suited to make sure that we answer or understand these gaps and give our answers through a creative storytelling. Now, before wrapping up, I would like to highlight challenges that leaders of tomorrow are facing from a PR perspective, because as I mentioned, pandemic has totally transformed the Indian media landscape, and the ecosystem also is now changing. So earlier, which was only hardcore media relationship, is undergoing a lot of change, and stakeholder relationship is taking place. Influencers, the entire creators economy, influencer relationship, influencer management is becoming a core form of various PR agencies that they are using, as a first mode of storytelling model. So we need to find a way to back up to put back the trust and the warmth which are back in the relationship, because no longer digital platforms that have their own limitations can work. So you have to find a hybrid model here as well. And my request to the future leaders and the new talent is to look at both of this in their own right. Now, figuring out which is the right medium, figuring out what works best is something that you need to get a sense in, and of course make sure that how do you find that right balance becomes a very important aspect. Now, as I said, we are catering to an audience which is always on, which is always engaged. They are more responsive. They want a conversation rather than a monologue or sermonizing anything. So how do you make sure that the audience does not feel ignored? The audience feel that their thing is being talked about, and therefore this two-way, the new web that has emerged, where it is not about just giving one monologue but having a dialogue. The best in all form of communication and having a good dialogue is public relation, because you are able to adapt and change your strategy. It gives you that flexibility versus an advertisement where once you've thought of a message, and then of course it can't be changed. So responding to the messages, responding to comments, responding to feedbacks, criticism, both from a macro side as well as micro influencers, is something that the brands are evolving with, understanding with, and PR professionals have to overcome this inhibition that we are only doing this part, and that's not in our KRA. That is something that is all the future talent needs to figure it out. So it's exciting time to be in PR. The fact that we are all present here discussing the emerging leaders of tomorrow is a reflection of the relevance and importance. And I would like to conclude my my opening interest by thanking exchange4media for making me a part of this, and my best wishes to all the winners, and hope they will definitely take industry to greater heights. Thank you. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kapoor, for sharing those insights, keeping it crisp and yet impactful. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're moving forward to our next panel discussion. But once again, like I've said, if you have any key takeaways from Dr. Kapoor's session as well, don't forget to tweet it out or put it out as a post on any of the social media platforms using the hashtag E4MPR Summit. Our next panel discussion is going to talk about prerequisites of honing skills and ensuring seamless adaptivity to workplace, nurturing talent using the latest technologies, and how the budding professionals can adjust and adapt to the ever-changing dynamics of the industry. We have a stellar panelist with us on talking about this topic. We have with us Maddie Amrutkar, founder and CEO, Glad You Came; Megha Behel, Account Director, Hill and Knowlton Strategies; Vasundhara Singh, Senior Vice President, Business and Strategies, Value 360. We were also going to have Ms. Taruna Gupta, seasoned communication professional, but due to her ill health, she couldn't join us today, but we wish her a speedy recovery. And moderating this session is our very own from exchange4media, Shrabasti Malik. A very warm welcome to all of you. Request you to please switch on your cameras.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
I've just tried to switch on my camera. There's something wrong with, I think there may be a technical glitch.
Right. But we have a panelist on camera, so a very warm welcome.
Yes, I can see all of them. I can see all of them. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. If you can just give me a minute, let me just try logging out and logging in again because there's something wrong with my video. It's not starting.
No problem, Shribasti. Sure.
I'll just start. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I am really sorry, but there's something wrong with my camera. It's not even starting, even if I'm trying to log in and log out and log in again.
No problem, Shribasti. Just let's go
I
on.
think I'll just start. I'll just move on with the session then.
I'd request our panelists to please join us on camera.
Hi. A very warm welcome to Mr. Amrutkar, Ms. Singh, and Ms. Bell. It's wonderful to have you in this session at the E4M PR and CORP COMM 30 under 30 summit. The topic of the session is prerequisites of honing skills and ensuring seamless adaptability to the workplace. And I would like to start my first question with the thought that every industry requires skills that need honing, that need training to become more successful. So on this slide, what are the fundamental lessons that a budding professional, especially in the PR and corporate communication industry, should imbibe from the industry leaders? If I could start with Ms. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rabishti, and a very warm good afternoon to everybody here on the panel. And thank you, Exchange for Media, for giving us this opportunity to be part of this conversation. And also a big hi to everybody who's joined virtually. So coming to the first question, which is primarily, what are some of the key lessons that budding professionals should imbibe from industry leaders? I have fundamentally, there are many things that a budding professional would learn and imbibe from industry leaders, but I'm just listing out top four key takeaways according to me. So first is learning never stops. Be it any level, and be it whether you're a intern or whether you reach the senior most position in your company. Now, all working or upcoming professional in this industry need to have a very keen eye and a very keen interest in learning, because that should be a constant thing. It's imperative for them to understand that while you are working, things around us are constantly changing, it is constantly evolving. And learning does not mean that you get a degree or you're just getting a certificate course. It can be just learning on the job itself. And workplace demands competency, according to me. It does not necessarily need a degree. So if we look at the industry as well as the media landscape, it is undergoing a tremendous amount of change with there has been a burst of digital evolve with this changing dynamics, there's chances that you may become irrelevant. From a media landscape perspective also, I mean, if we analyze when we were starting off, it was a different kind of reporting that used to happen. There were very minimal platforms that were there. It was pretty much traditional. It was almost like reporting facts. Today, with the advent of so many new platforms, we're living almost in a clickbait kind of a world where everybody wants to break the news first. New media formats have emerged. You have long analysis content platforms like your Morning Context, like your Ken. A lot of course, your traditional formats are there. Your social media news platforms have emerged. So it's changing very dynamically. But I think this changing dynamic is to the advantage of the professionals, because we were born in a very traditional setup, and we had to migrate to learn the digital world. But these guys have actually they don't have to really migrate. They have actually been born as digital first itself, and they already know the digital world better than anybody else. And so, but even for them, the scenarios is changing. New words, new buzzwords like Web 3.0, or the revolution is happening. Metaverse is being spoken about. So professionals have to be very aware of these changing industry and media dynamics, and know how to navigate and utilize them well. So learning becomes a very, very key enabler. Second is, I think from second takeaway would be maintaining honesty with the client's team and focus on building an equation, like a personal equation. Now, if you look at the best industry leaders that would have emerged in the last few years, they would always have the best relations with their clients. Now, a lot of times, young professionals are in awe of their clients, and they sometimes very scared to even give real feedback or disagreeing with their point of view, or just saying no, that this can't be done. Now, as PR professional, right expectation setting with your client is also very important, because if you don't and you agree to everything, ultimately it will be you who will be like at the receiving end, because you won't be able to deliver because of expectations are mismatched, right? So at the onset, it's very important that you put your point of view across, and later, because even when they see the results, no, even if initially there might be friction, but when they see the result in their favor, they are always going to appreciate the honesty and the right advice, and that's exactly what you're there for. So idea is invest in turning your clients and the comms team on your clients time into extended teams. Work with them like partners. It's a relationship and rapport that you form with the comms team that is going to matter the most in the long run. Like relation in our personal life also. And if you're able to do this well, a lot of times it will be they who will be pushing for you. They'll be the ones who will root for you the hardest, and at times you may even falter slightly. They'll be the ones covering up for you even before their bosses. Third takeaway for me is stability. I think stability is the key to attaining industry knowledge and eventually growing in your career. Now, a lot of upcoming and budding professionals need to understand the importance of building the right foundation, learning and experience early on. And you need to invest time. If you have found a good organization which is providing you holistic development and the right opportunity, invest time there. And if you see any respected and good industry leader today or in the last 10 years, one thing will be common thread, that they would have been very stable and spent considerable time in a particular organization before moving, or they would have invested good amount of time in learning initially also, because it's important to grow not just monetarily, it's also important to grow functionally. And if you keep hopping from one place to the other, you may have monetary benefits initially, but from a learning path in terms of understanding the real challenges of the industry, understanding the craft or the trade, the craft and the trade, that will somewhere you will start lacking. So stability is a key to attaining right knowledge, which will eventually lead to growth and success.
Thank you, Ms. Singh. Thank you for your opening words. Ms. Behl, I would like to come to you and please share your ideas on the same, that how these lessons should be given to the budding professionals.
Thank you so much, Shabasti. So first of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I kind of agree with Vasundhara. I think today's generation is kind of very well informed, and we all know that exposure levels that are given to them are much higher than most of us out here. And they are kind of more exposed to the digital world, and they're just simply more connected in many ways possible. And when they join an organization, they come with a mindset that they want to do everything, be it social, traditional, graphics, content. They would want to explore everything. However, I think it is very important for us as leaders to kind of enable them to dissect their knowledge which they have learned from universities or colleges, and utilize that in a very right way and a right place. And maybe sometimes that might even include guiding them to slow down a little bit, take a pause, think, maybe take a step back and focus on certain key areas first, and then move on to the next thing. And the second thing which I can speak from my personal experience from when I started my career is basically people management. And we all know that we are in the field of communication, and even if it is any industry, people management is something that is extremely important. I remember when I was young, I would just sometimes kind of speak my mind out. And I'm not saying that it's wrong in any way, but we are in an industry wherein it is very important to kind of articulate the way you are communicating to both your peers, maybe internal stakeholders, as well as external stakeholders. And of course, the skill comes with experience. And we as leaders, I think we play a very important role in terms of guiding them to articulate before they kind of share their thoughts to the external media out there. So yes, I think these are some of the learnings from my younger days for people who are kind of starting their career in this industry.
Thank you, Ms. Behl, for your points. So we're coming to the next question. And before coming to the next question, it's my kind request to all the panelists to keep your answers within 1 to 2 minutes. Just keep it crisp and short. Thank you so much. So my next question is that how can agencies prepare young talent to celebrate successes and also learn from their failures? I would like to start with Mr. Amrutkar. Sir, you're muted. Sir, you're on mute.
Okay, thank you, Ruchika, for your question. Coming back to the first question, I would like to say what I feel is the three important lessons for all the budding talent is the first one is time management, because I feel time is an important asset, and how, because we just have so many hours in a day. So how are you going to manage your time is, I think, going to be an important aspect for all the budding people. Second, what I feel is about having the right communication, because communication, having said that if you communicate things very clearly, it's important for your clients or internal team. So I feel communication plays an important role where you eventually decide what you have to basically do in life. The third aspect, what I feel is take and learn from criticism, because I see a lot of youths in the age bracket of 21 to 26, are in the young generation out there, the Gen Zs we call. It's very difficult for them to adapt to the situation, to handle stress and pressure at the time, because this is where I've seen through my experience. So I think the message I would like to give is to start taking, because all 30 days are not going to be your days. One day might be bad. So you'll have to learn from your mistakes and see how you basically eventually do better. The other message basically I would like to say is how, yeah, you're saying something?
No, I was just agreeing to your point. Yeah, please continue.
Okay, cool. The other thing is about how we basically going to nurture the young talent is what I feel, because we of course are a 6 years old agency based in Bombay. What I feel is, having the right culture, having the right mindset, because we have our offsite trips every 6 months, like we just went to Igatpuri last week. Now our next trip is planned in Goa. So I think having that right culture will help the people change their mindset, because I see there is immense pressure everywhere, if you're working in a bank or any other agency. So I think, for us, for RV as an agency to have the right talent is, of course, having a proper training process at the start. If you see the IT companies like Accenture has the right training module, which I feel we as an agency are somewhere lacking, because once a fresher joins in, we just basically give them a normal training and we just get them to work. So I feel a right training is required, and if we eventually try and create a right culture around us, I think it will help eventually create more young talents and have a right stability.
I'm so sorry for my mistake. Thank you so much, Mr. Amrutkar, for your words. Ms. Behl, what do you think should the young talents should learn? How should they learn from their failures, and how can agencies prepare them to celebrate the successes as well?
I somewhere think that everything boils down to the work culture of an organization. I have seen that we generally kind of reward a person when someone has achieved a milestone or has accomplished something big. But somewhere I believe it should be the person's work ethic and also efforts that we need to acknowledge. Just a pat on the back for trying or putting effort every day is in itself a success for youngsters. And trust me, it kind of goes a long way in motivating people and retaining them in the organization. Talking about failure, I think I personally don't believe in this word failure. And I always say this, it's basically a learning experience. We need to kind of create a culture wherein people can make mistakes. But as leaders, we need to ensure that they kind of learn from their mistakes and come out even stronger and better and not demotivated. So like I mentioned earlier, it is not failures, it's kind of a learning experience. And I will just like to quote a phrase that I recently read in an article by Sundar Pichai. He stated that reward efforts and not outcomes. And honestly, that says a lot for me. So I genuinely want to reward efforts and not outcomes.
Definitely. Miss Singh, what is your remark on the same?
So I think my comment here would be that, you know, our industry, when we look at, you know, celebrating success and we look at learning from failures, I think this industry is a great leveler. You may have, you know, done a great job on one day, got a lot of accolades, got a lot of client appreciation, got a great story, and the very next day you know, it's not a great day and you would have missed an opportunity, or you would have missed a great story, or anything. So the industry itself is a great leveler. Every day you're learning that not to take either success or failure too seriously. And I agree that, you know, the culture is very, very important in enabling a, you know, an environment that can be motivating. Even if you make mistakes, it's okay. And I think from a success point of view, what young professionals need to understand very critical is that it should not get to your head. You may you know, plan a great campaign, but always remember that, you know, there are multiple hands and heads coming together as a team to make that possible. So it's very, very important that you understand the key roles that all team members have played and understand the power of teamwork when it comes to success. When it comes to failure, I think failure is the biggest opportunity to learn. And if you are able to just become systematic in your work, create a checklist. Checklist is something that we tell our clients all the time. That's the first thing that we do for all our clients, but try and do that for your own self also. Whenever things are going wrong, build a checklist, follow the process, put processes in place, and the chances of you know, going wrong in your approach will be minimized effectively in future. So that would be my takeaway.
Ruchika, just to add one line, I think I agree to Megha as well, what she mentioned. I think small appreciations also make all this young talent feel, because I have a 30 people team, all are girls in my team, and I just tell them, oh, you're looking nice today, and say, you made my day. So I think a small appreciations, you know, in our stand-up meetings every day, I think will keep them motivated. I think learning has to be there. So I think just to add, I think I agree what we have to do as a, you know, talents and how we can eventually train them rightly.
Absolutely. We talk about celebrating the success and learning from learning and relearning from failures and everything. But everybody knows that without risk, nothing happens, neither failure nor success. So my next question is that why is it important for the young talent to take risks? I would like to start with Ms. Bell.
Okay, so I'm going to be very candid about this here. I don't think today's generation needs a push to kind of take a risk. They're up for taking risks. And I see this all the time in my organization, and we have a high percentage of young employees working with us, and they're always up to take more risk. They jump on opportunities. They want to work on new business pitches. They want to write content. They want to also be a part of a content team. They want to integrate in whatever way they can. So, and in fact, they kind of also reach out to leaders, mentors, asking if they can do something different and new. And I'll just say that they're quite fearless now when it comes to actually taking risks. And that is something that I genuinely respect about them, because they are all out. They want everything. So I think that's not a challenge for the young generation now.
Definitely.
Okay,
Mr. Amrukar,
Ruchika,
what
I'll
would you
take
like
this
to say?
question. Yeah, I think I partly agree with Megha, because, of course, I have a chunk of people who basically, of course, are there to learn. I have a person who's doing content, social media, but I feel there are a lot of people who are still, you know, not able to overcome that risk and are still in their comfort zone. So the message I would like to give them is, of course, you will have to overcome fears, you know, because if you say, oh no, I can't do this, I see a lot of people going through mental stress, you know, of course, due to the COVID hit for 2 years. But the only thing I would like to say is not give up, because if you don't try, you will not understand. You know, that's how you learn from your mistakes. And that's what I keep on mentoring my team. Whenever someone is in trouble, I personally, even if there's an intern, I personally talk to them, because we don't know how people go and how what's happening in their personal life. But I feel they basically have to eventually take that risk, come out of their comfort zone, try new things. Because I had one girl who had a stage fear and she started crying, oh, I can't do it. But I said, you will have to push. We as a boss will have to eventually push you. Otherwise, you won't learn things. So I think the message would like is that you'll of course have to tackle your mind in that situation, because it's no one is going to tell, no parents are going to just tell and help, but it is you have to decide what you have to do. So I think it's just that they have to push themselves. We as leaders out here have to keep motivating them, give them surprises. That's how I think they'll be able to take that further step.
Ms. Singh, what would you like to say on this?
No, I agree with the both of them, and I think I would like to just take a step back and in terms of more than why it is important for the young brigades to take risk, I think the pertinent question should be that how do we enable the young brigades to take risk, right? Because it is us as leaders to build that environment, and the first and foremost thing is that you have to, along with giving them responsibility and the push, you have to also give them a sense of ownership. So a lot of times there is a culture in the company where everything is vested, the decision making is vested on one person or just the team leaders. Now if I look at my current organization itself as a casing point, we work almost like individual business units. Like every team leader is like an entrepreneur, and within the unit they are given the right of ownership, responsibility, freedom to take calls and decisions, right? You right from resource planning to building your team to MIS, planning your top line, bottom line, and that trickle downs to even the junior level people and the mid level people, where not for everything you need the approval of your senior most person. So I think that kind of a environment will help them to start taking decisions from a very early stage, which will eventually help them also to take risks eventually. And the second important point in this is that also pushing the young professionals into creative and out of the box thinking from the start. So a lot of times when you're working on big mandates or big pitches or big campaigns, you're so bogged down by it that you only go to your best people, like your senior most people, but you forget that sometimes even the upcoming talent or the junior people, an idea can come from anywhere, right? And sometimes it comes from the most and the least expected places. So the idea is that you recognize people who have a creative bent of mind and hone that talent well. You give them a framework, give them an understanding of how campaign planning works, so that they are able to think within that framework and come back to you with ideas which can actually add value to the larger client narratives.
So coming to the last question of this session, and also it can be considered as a concluding remark for all the panelists, how can young professionals identify opportunities and leverage them? Mr. Amrutkar, please take over.
Okay, thank you, Ruchika. Okay, so I feel the basic thing of identifying is that you basically need to enjoy what you do. If you don't love what you do, then I think you're not at the right place. I think the first important aspect for any young talent who's trying to make their career in PR has to that they have to enjoy. To give my example, when I started my journey with Aaj and later I figured that what is what I want to do. When I used to go with my friends in the malls, I figured that fashion is what inclines me. So that's how I basically now running a fashion PR agency. So I think the first thing that, and the other thing what I feel is, of course, you have to keep growing. Everything is a learning. Each day is a learning. So you have to keep learning things, do your research, do your homework. I think that is what I tell my teammates as well, that you have to keep your eyes. Instagram is there, but you just have to take the points, what campaigns are happening. So I think the learning has to keep on going on. So I think these are two important points what I feel that the young talent has to eventually keep in mind.
Ms. Singh, what are your concluding remarks on this?
Right. So I like to share a very interesting, conversation that I was in Mumbai a couple of weeks back, and I met this very senior CORP COMM head and of a very, very reputed MNC almost. And he was sharing his experience of how, a lot of students today and a lot of students in mass comm, etc., are not looking at, PR as a career option, because he was visiting a very reputed academic institute. And he said that, the dean was sharing that how in the entire mass comm, PR is at the lowest end of the students' preference, and that was something which was worrisome. So the idea first is, for us, how can young talent identify opportunity is one thing, but firstly we need to identify and do PR almost for PR industry, so that the young talent, upcoming talent, can start seeing the opportunities in the PR industry itself, right? Coming to the existing set of as in professionals, and what they need to do is, firstly, you need to do more than your job description. So don't wait for an opportunity, because then opportunity is there, and you just have to keep your eyes and ears open. Sometimes it can even mean going beyond your existing KRA. Like I know a lot of people in my current organization also who've gone much beyond their KRA, and they've done things which were not really expected out of them, but today that has helped them grow professionally, and they've actually become pillars of strength, pillars of this organization almost. So I'm saying go beyond your KRA, don't stick to your job description. And second is, be vigilant and be aware, because you are a PR professional, so you need to be very aware of what is happening around you. And by being aware and knowing what's happening around you, you may open a new opportunity for you. You might be able to create something valuable from things that are changing around you, and you may be the first one actually to understand that category and turn it into an opportunity. So be aware and of what is happening around you in terms of buzzwords, the new trends that are coming, and there are so many new formats. It's not just news. There are so many verified options for you to actually consume new content from and build on your industry knowledge.
Ms. Bell, what are your concluding remarks?
Honestly, I think it will be unfair if we kind of club it under one or two umbrella. It purely depends from person to person. I think there are some who come with a clear direction and a clear mindset that what they want from an organization and what are their future goals going to be. Such young professionals, I think, should identify a mentor in the organization and kind of reach out to them, asking for suggestions on how they can enhance their skills, and obviously how they can reach kind of their growth. Whereas there might be also a set who are not really clear to what they want from an organization or what direction should they go in. So for them too, I think it is very important to again identify a colleague or a mentor with whom they can discuss their interests, skills, areas of improvement, and maybe seek help to kind of outline a roadmap for their growth, keeping all these factors in mind. And overall, I think it is important for an organization to identify skills and interest areas of such kind of people and accordingly give them roles which is suited to that particular person.
Thank you so much, Ms. Behl. Thank you to all the panelists for joining here for us and for having such an insightful conversation. I'm sure all the viewers have noted down the points that you discussed, and thank you so much for joining. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Satan. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you, Ruchika, for stepping in as a moderator for the session. Of course, it was a very young and vibrant panel, and I'm sure you have taken some key takeaways from it, where we are talking about while organization needs to hone the skills of the young talent coming in, but looking at their individual growth as well as how it aligns with the organizational growth. So thank you so much once again, all of you, for being part of the panel. We're moving towards our next panel of the day. But before we do that, let me remind once again all of you, if you have some key takeaways, don't forget to tweet it out or post it on any of the social media platforms using the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4MPR 30 under 30. We'd love to engage with all of you in the conversation as well. Our next panel is going to talk about the next generation of women in PR, how women are breaking the barriers and building professionals, upholding the core value of ethical leadership and building the influence. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have with us on the panel Prasiddha Menon, Regional Communication Lead, Airbnb; Bhavya Sharma, Associate Director, PR and Comms, Urban Company; Gunjan Mukherjee, Lead Corporate and Brand, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. We also have Pooja Trehan, Associate Vice President, Communication, Sugarbox. And moderating the session once again is Ruchika Jha from Exchange4media. A very warm welcome to all of you. Request all our panelists to please switch on your cameras and mics. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. And hi, co-panelists. Very nice to meet you all.
Good afternoon, everybody.
So, Ruchika, over to you.
Thank you, Khyati. A very good afternoon to all the panelists. So starting with a session, my first question is that what are some of the key challenges and opportunities today's women leaders face? Starting with Ms. Sharma, please.
Hi, Ruchika. Hi, everyone. It's a very heavy question you're starting this session with, Ruchika. Cool. So key challenges and opportunities that today's women leaders face, right? I'll actually go with opportunities, to be honest. I think there are a lot of opportunities that exist, but what's holding women back is their self-doubt and imposter syndrome, to be honest. The moment we get over it, we'll be able to navigate the paths better. Like, we're extremely hard on ourselves, unnecessarily, unrightfully. And it's essentially driven, not exactly as an institutional problem, but it's kind of culmination of societal, institutional, and our own discomfort with ourselves. The moment we are able to balance that, I think it won't be a problem for us to move into leadership, to capitalize on the opportunities that present to us. The challenge, there are two challenges that I will point out. One is that we take criticism too personally. And it can be just from anybody around us. We don't even put in that filter that is this person's criticism important, or is this person even important to make that comment about us. We need to put in those filters whose criticism or feedback is important to be sought or reflected upon. The other is at times we don't find the right mentors for ourselves, and it kind of stems from the fact that we're not using those filters properly. Right? We're taking in everyone's advice or whatever criticism that's coming in, but you're not able to distinguish who is important and therefore who should be a mentor and who shouldn't. So those will be my two bits on this question.
Ms. Menon, what would you like to say about the opportunities and the challenges?
Thank you, Ruchika. I think thank you, E4M team, for making us a part of this panel. To begin with, I completely agree with Bhavya. I think there are a lot of opportunities. I think one, if we look at it from an individual's perspective, I think Bhavya is absolutely right. I think we are very hard on ourselves. We are sometimes restricting ourselves from being a strong voice in the room because we are sometimes not the loudest voice. We sometimes get, into situations where boys clubs take over, and somewhere, we take a step back. And I feel like the moment we are a lot more confident about ourselves and we're able to go ahead and, vouch for things that we really feel we deserve and work hard towards it too. Of course, that applies across genders. I think situation will really change for us at an individual level. It's okay to be great at multitasking, but it's okay to not multitask too. I think those pressures are things that we put on ourselves. So if we decide one day that, okay, we're just going to, focus on work today, we're going to order in food, that's fine. But I feel like sometimes it's maybe the mindset and the way, we sometimes also there's a little bit of how we are brought up. Like there's this expectation that, oh, you've chosen to work. In that case, you need to do a great job at being a homemaker too. And you have to do a perfect job and you have to be amazing at multitasking and only then. So I feel like we take a lot of these pressures too much into consideration whenever we look at opportunities. So I think that's one thing which we should definitely work towards. Externally, if we look at the environment, I feel things have changed now. Whether it is, the downfall of a lot of companies that happened because of situations like harassment that women faced or the lack of diversity, or is it because of movements like Me Too? I feel like companies have become a lot more aware of the fact that they need to inculcate an inclusive culture. It has to be in the DNA of the company. You need to work towards helping leaders, women leaders, progress, give them the right kind of opportunities. And of course, all of this with the belief that you're deserving of it. You're hardworking and you've kind of proved yourself. So I think that way situation is changing. So these I feel are like big ticket opportunities. And I feel like if we are as women leaders able to work around this, the future definitely seems bright. Having said that, if you look at I think it was the 2021 Fortune 500 study, and it spoke about how out of the Fortune 500 companies, there were about 41 companies or women leaders kind of dominating, and that's still 8.1%. So I think, the change has begun. The environment is getting slightly more conducive for us. But yeah, I think it totally depends on us, on how we as leaders kind of take on that challenge and fight for it. And not feel in any way, uncomfortable doing it. So I think that's the one thing I feel like I've learned from men. I mean, they do their thing. They don't care. So I think we should do our thing and not really care about whether we be branded as emotional or aggressive or too ambitious or whatever else. Just do your thing. Yeah, that's what.
Thank you, Ms. Menon, for your kind words. Ms. Trehan, what are your remarks on the same?
Wow, Bhavya and Prasudha have put the context right bang on, and I'm sure Gunjan has some really interesting perspectives. Thanks, Ruchika, once again for actually daring to get all four of us on one panel. And I'm sure you're scared in the back and we don't know where we are going to land up. But don't worry, we're not going to worry you. This is something that I often say to everyone. Respect or likability, aggressive or assertive, pushy to get the work done, or tact. Why are these words surprisingly always thrown towards women leaders? Why? And I don't know. And why do we even get down to explaining that to them? Can we not evaluate any individual, men or women, based on how professional they are towards their goal and deliverables and how ethically they're doing it? I mean, if you're not really breaking any laws and, doing all of this the way it needs to do at the end of the day and achieve the goals that business wants, then why are individuals bucketed like this? This is part one. Part two, we need to normalize the whole concept amongst our peers, our colleagues, our leadership, that women are going to go up the ladder. Okay, we don't really want to play the role of, managing everything back home, managing expectations, managing people, friends, family, running into a corporate life, grooming a team because we're expected to do that as leaders. Then why are we not normalizing the concept? Women are going to move up the ladder. And why I bring this up is because the minute women move up the ladder, the whole universe, I'm not exaggerating, is waiting with bated breath to figure out where have we faulted? What's the gap? Why didn't we deliver? How do we put this person down? Why do we even want to do that? So this actually, there is truckloads of responsibilities the minute any individual gets into a leadership position. So imagine the amount of stuff, you need to really swim through. Any problems, any issues, good things, bad things, any opportunity that comes your way, you need to swim through a lot of it. And actually, there are days when I tell people, can I just, loan the brain somewhere and just take a leave and go to the Himalayas, because it just gets easier. But that's the easiest solution out. So I'm saying women are expected to be empathetic and patient. They're expected to deliver, but they're not allowed to be aggressive. They're expected to run behind the opportunities, but then they're not allowed to even, think about it aloud. Or we need to work. Imagine all four of us or five of us today on the panel are discussing why can't people just normalize these things? So, so just do your thing the way Prasida said. I feel whatever be it, life is going to throw all these googlies at us. So stay at it, continue doing it. If all of us have managed to reach here, there are many more who can do that as well. And there are many before us who paved the path, because that's how our inspiration was also, ignited. So I think opportunities are equally available, men or women. We need to normalize all these pieces that kind of trouble us or affect us and just keep doing our piece.
Ms. Mukherjee, what are your points on this?
Oh, I think, thank you for having me on this panel and hearing from the women leaders in the panel. I think you've touched upon all the key things that are actually going on in our head every day in, day out. Something that I would want to pick up that Bhavya mentioned. I feel the industry is gradually shifting towards more of a mentorship-driven approach for women. And I think that is helping us a lot. We are leading in different ways and we are increasingly moving towards that part of leadership. I also thought, that in the last 2 years, what has emerged is that everyone needs to be on board to achieve a strong future. So, achieving a change, particularly in the turbulent times like ours, requires the characteristics aligned with an entrepreneurial leader. And I think that is the biggest opportunity for women leaders today. Empathy, collaborative spirit, diversity of thought are what we are bringing to the table right now, which have become all the more important. And the last thing that I would like to kind of say is, I have always, realized this, that in comparison to men, women view work more holistically. It's like a component of our overall life plan. Therefore, we are more likely to approach our careers in a very self-reflective way. And we value factors such as meaning, purpose, connection with co-workers, and work-life integration. And as Prasada mentioned, I think I would just conclude by saying that women should just embrace their natural leadership styles, because that's what we've been brought up to kind of lead.
That was a very good and insightful start to the session. And moving on to my next question is that, what in your views are some of the key insights that has resonated and triggered bigger and broader change? And I'd like to repeat myself here. Change implies the change about women moving on, being and moving on in the PR industry, and the change in their mindset, that more number of women leaders can aim for the leadership position. Ms. Sharma, I would like to start with you.
Thanks, Ruchika. When we started with the panel, and when you mentioned that all the questions will be started with me first, I was actually a little worried because these are all very heavy duty questions you lined up. But given how powerful the panel is, I'm kind of glad I'm putting in answering first, because by the time we'll come to the end, I think a lot of points are going to get covered. Sorry, Gunjan, for me, but if you want to swap places, more than happy to do that. But coming back to the question, right? I won't restrict the answer to the PR industry. I think women leadership goes much beyond just PR, and should definitely go beyond PR.
Yes.
But going from the previous answers and what all of us were saying earlier, I think confidence is the biggest driving factor, right? It's the biggest trigger. Confidence in yourself, in the room you are in, and your team. All three of these factors play a big, big role. And when I say confidence, I'm not just saying acting smart, right? I'm saying competence and actual experience. Those are the two ingredients that make you become confident. What are your actual skill sets? What is the competence that you have? And what is the experience overall that you've gained over the years? And the moment you have those two nailed, that confidence should exude. You should be able to be the voice in the room that actually gives direction and isn't a passive listener and taking direction or taking notes. I think women need to step beyond taking notes and actually start talking more, and maybe not pound the fist on the table, but that voice needs to be a lot more powerful, equally powerful. The other piece that I just wanted to mention over here, taking from Pooja's point in the previous question, I think when men are aggressive, they're actually seen as assertive, whereas when women are being assertive, they are seen as aggressive. I think to this, unfortunately, male leaders end up gaining respect out of this behavior, whereas women get tagged incorrectly. But I think women should realize their own superpowers. And in my experience, women's superpowers have been always empathy and coaching. And if given the current environment that we are in, both of these will take us leagues ahead, right? The last 2 years have taken a toll on everyone's mental health. We're a lot more into teaming. We are working more remotely, which means that conversation need to be not just work related. They have to transcend beyond work. Because the office is now coming to your home, so the conversation also in a way ties in with the home and the work together. And that's where men kind of miserably fail, and women go and take the leap ahead. And that's something that women leaders should definitely keep in their arsenal. It's also something that Google's recent project Aristotle, found out in their study. That teams value psychological safety and dependability more than the people who are in the team. And these are two qualities that women definitely bring to the table, and they should ace them.
Ms. Menon, what would you like to add to this?
Yeah, I think totally agree with Bhavya. And at the cost of sounding a little too immodest and direct, I feel the credit completely goes to the women leaders who've made it. I don't think there's a broader machinery that is working towards enabling us and, creating opportunities for us and none of that. I'm sure if we have got some sort of coaching support, that's because we've made the effort to go ahead and seek help. If we've had the ability to put up our hand and say that, okay, I think I'm ready for this role, that's because we've been confident and we feel good about where we stand and we've worked really hard, probably harder than a lot of other people out there, men and women, who've probably not reached that spot, and kind of claim that position, which was rightfully ours. So I feel like that change happened because at one point, I think a lot of us came and trusted our own abilities, and took the leap of faith and landed where we deserved to be. And then I think the second part comes where it's our responsibility now to encourage the generations to follow, to have that same confidence and kind of give them that, somewhere sometimes it's just like one conversation where you were able to encourage someone and say, hey, you're so good, like you should try this. And I feel like I am very blessed because, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of women leaders, whether from PR or not, but who've kind of come and shared their journeys, which have been so inspiring that you feel like, oh, why can't I do it? And sometimes I want to give a little bit of credit to some of the male leaders as well that I've worked with, who've kind of encouraged you to chase your dreams and, break the glass ceiling, have confidence, and kind of have that voice. I do want to point out that I think, at least for me in the beginning, there were times, where you don't feel comfortable getting into a conversation. I've worked with people across cultures. Sometimes, you kind of wait for your turn. And then you realize that the meeting is over. The turn never came. Nobody really called out your name and said, hey, Prasida, what do you think? They didn't do it. So I feel like it has taken a couple of such situations to tell yourself that if you keep doing this, you're the one who's losing. And that, you have to take control. And I feel like that's what is going to happen. I don't think the machinery is going to ever enable any one individual or a community and say, okay, they deserve it. It's not happened. I mean, there's so many issues that we deal with at a social level. So I feel like it's totally on you. And I keep saying this to people I work with that, if you believe in yourself, the world's going to start seeing your abilities and then, everything's going to kind of work towards you. And at the same time, you will face a ton of challenges, just be prepared to deal with it. And that to my mind is going to still be the reality for some time.
Ms. Trehan, what are your remarks?
Before I answer that question, Ruchika, I have to say, I think all of us are doing something right. Because, the thought that I had in mind to start my response to this question with, Prasida actually said it, the change begins with us. So I was like, where are my pom-poms? I want to jump around and say that all of us are doing something correct. Because in all honesty, boring statements, but the change begins with you and one step at a time. Okay, as a woman professional, we need to stop doubting ourselves. We need to blatantly and shamelessly believe that we are intelligent. We bring a lot of value and talent to the table. Don't wait for that opportunity to come your way. You need to go out and tell them that, listen, have you noticed that I've done this? I mean, why are we so good at building brands, building leaders, building these organizations, and we don't even manage to shout from the top of the mountain that this is what I did, this is what I created? I'm sorry, there might be a lot of people who would have met me on my path and would have felt upset about the fact that I went out and told everybody that this is what the communications team did, but this is important. Why would we put in those hours and then shy away from taking credit to do that? No one else in the field, any organization, any industry today, no one wants to do that. So that's one thing. Stop doubting yourself. Stop saying sorry. Please stop saying sorry. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to take a leave. It's okay to tell your team members and other colleagues they've not delivered and this has to be done. It's okay to be that. Doesn't matter. Please don't get attached to any words, any feelings, any statements that people throw at you. At the end of the day, if you're a professional and you've come to work, you will be noticed and remembered by what you've created at work. So your inspiration lies with you. Change needs to begin with us. Very well said, Prasida. There is no external machinery. This is actually the truth, the naked truth, literally. There's no one sitting there to help you. But the minute you get up and say, I'm sorry, sorry, I'm not supposed to say sorry. This is what we are going to do. I'm a professional and I want to grow here. I'm going to be focused and I'm going to be moving in that direction. You want to walk along? Great. Don't want to walk along? Don't do it. But what also helped me in all of this is stay focused. Just keep walking one step at a time, one day at a time. Build your own tribe wherever you go, professionally, whether for your morning runs or your coffee breaks or office. Build your own tribe. Be with people who understand and celebrate other human beings. We need to stop this spider behavior of pulling everyone down all the time. I mean, it's a very funny statement that people often say women don't get along. I'm sorry. I have the best of women professionals who are like, I mean, we are crazy buddies together. They've been actually great mentors. So it's both genders who've helped you. They will only help you if you show that curiosity to learn and that will to grow, come what may. Everyone has a tough life. You need to swim through it, get up and say, I'm going to fight it out personally or professionally. And that's the only way. I mean, what got us still here is not going to take us ahead. So you need to keep changing that approach. That's what we need to gear up for.
Thank you, Mr. Rehan. Ms. Mukherjee, what in your views are some of the key insights?
Lovely to hear all of you. I mean, change begins with us. I mean, such a strong thing that, Pooja kind of mentioned, and taking cue from that, from my personal experience, one of the most striking things that I have noticed in my career, in my journey, is how women leaders are celebrating other women leaders. I mean, look at what we're doing right now, right? There are certain women leaders who are encouraging women to be more vocal in sharing their experiences, opinions, their achievements. And I think that can go a long way in smoothing our journey towards becoming integral members of the C-suite management. Something that I have also tried to build and I have seen my, mentors kind of do is creating a very close-knit group of people who treat one another like family. I think that's incredibly powerful, especially when you look at everything happening in the world. Flexibility at workplace, remote working, relationships that we have strengthened speaks a lot about the broader change that we ourselves as women leaders have kind of introduced in this journey. So yes, I mean, I to Prasada, Pooja and Bhavya, absolutely agree to everything that we've kind of tried to establish.
Coming to our third question is that how the leaders should build confidence to the young professionals, especially women professionals, through the behavioral change, and what are the roles that the institution plays in empowering them? Ms. Sharma?
Yeah, Ruchika, I'm getting started. Would anyone else want to go first? Pretty okay taking a back.
Ms. Menon, Ms. Rehan, if you would like to go first.
Actually, we should put Gunjan right up there. Let's reverse it.
We'll start with the answer.
Sure. I'd love to kind of answer this question more from an organization standpoint. We need to move from empowerment to sponsorship. Organizations need to identify high potential women and then work with them to create an ecosystem where they can perform their best and be future women leaders. And this goes beyond, just gender representation of numbers and few policies in place to ensure growth and opportunities. Let's consider a very simple and effective example. Government of India has mandated that for working mothers, work from home options need to be provided for much more beyond maternity leaves unless job requires physically to be in place. Same for late nights, same for night shifts. Government has also made daycares, etc., being accommodated by organizations. So we can see a shift towards creating a more enabling system because the realities of everyday life for us cannot change. Those who have to be, what companies need to do is they need to kind of identify these changes in this environment and apply them, because instead of losing high potential talent to such challenges, what will result is you will see a talent crunch and imbalance. So it's very important for us to understand what is happening in the overall industry and similarly kind of adapt, evolve, and work along with women leaders to bring about that change. Otherwise, nothing will change.
Ms. Rehan, what would you like to add to this?
so I would read a lot of news articles often, saying that women in technology sector per se are very few and, not many numbers, not growing or not in the senior leadership positions. And I actually saw that when I joined Sugarbox Network, that we have great talent, but maybe they're at junior levels, mid-level, things like that. I started this campaign. It's one of the campaigns that's very close to my heart amongst all the other pieces that we do, but there's something called as Women in Tech. We actually started with women in our organization beyond marketing and communication. I started with people who were possibly in engineering, in infrastructure, in operations. We got them in front of the screen frame. They're all behind the camera talent. They don't really, get an opportunity in their life to do that. We got them there, and all that we told them is just talk to us about your journey. Just tell people, why do you love the tech industry? Why are you here? And if anyone can just go onto our LinkedIn page, view it, you'll be surprised to see that all of these women turned around and they are so kicked about technology. It's literally their high. Some of them actually told me that, listen, we saw our dad playing around with gadgets, and that's when I decided I want to be in this industry. I want to be part of this domain. And it's surprising women never talk about that. They actually will sit down and tell me, listen, this is the gadget, this is how it works. I'm learning each and every day. You feel we're all leaders here. Please come and sit with these engineering girls. And I'm like, I really don't know anything. Today, the feeling is more of a fool than anything else. But that's what it is. So women in tech as a category, my organization didn't ask me to do it. I felt that need. I wanted to talk about it. They said, no one said no or yes to it. I said, okay, let me just do this campaign, minimal budgets, see the turnaround. If nothing else externally, I've actually got the women tech and engineering and the other professionals in our organization excited about it. Who's coming on next? Who's going to be talking about it? Now, that's how you build someone else's confidence. That's how you give back to your organization, your peers, not necessarily in the whole industry. Just help everyone get up and do that. So the minute I did that and the minute the change was evident, the organization automatically empowered me to continue doing that. So that's when I meant, we need to walk that step, show that change to everybody, whether they agree or not, just keep doing it. It took me 4 or 5 episodes to be shot before everybody got aligned to the whole piece. So at the end of the day, just do your bit. We know how to build a brand, what's the storytelling, what's the narrative, we'll turn everything around, but celebrate yourself, celebrate people around. Just like a closing thought to that answer, I'm part of the executive leadership. The day one, when I got there, I'm like, oh, part of the big boys club. And that's where I stopped myself. I said, no, that's incorrect. Part of a larger opportunity where I can possibly learn more and then help others to get onto that platform. I'm still learning tech. I'm still learning data. As communication professionals, I don't know why we don't tell our trainees and interns, please deep dive into data. Why are we dragged into a senior or a mid-level position and then we, taking data? There's lots to do in data beyond the measurements that all of us love to talk about. But yeah, build confidence with building campaigns, give others a platform, give others an opportunity. And I think it just rubs off really well.
Ms. Menon, a quick answer on how does the institution plays a role in empowering young women?
Yeah, I think the role is dual. As an individual, you have a role to play. A lot of what I think Pooja spoke about completely resonates with me. It becomes very important to have your voice. And I think for you to be confident, you need to know that you know your job really well. So of course, all of that hard work and everything kind of is always the foundational part. If you have that voice and if you're able to kind of, work towards opportunities focus, things will work in the right direction. Now, when I say have that voice, then also have the ability to have a counter opinion and not be uncomfortable sharing that. I think what institutions value the most, or what will be most valuable to the institutions, let me say that, is the diverse opinion that we bring to the table. Where, sometimes I think specifically as PR professionals, a lot of us are the conscience keepers of the organization, right? Like, there are business goals, there are legal liabilities, there are a lot of things that are playing around. But you, as the communications and as somebody who's the custodian of the reputation of the company, you're the conscience keeper. You say, okay, this sounds right. Legally, there's nothing wrong. Business-wise, makes a lot of sense. But look, this is how it's going to affect your reputation. So I think that confidence will come when you know what you're saying makes sense. So I think from that perspective, individually, there's a lot to work towards. I think when I look at the institutions, I feel like, somewhere the institutions have to think about this subject as something other than a PR campaign. And I hate to say it as a PR professional, but I feel like a lot of times diversity and inclusivity, it's like you need to have that one page on your website. You need to have pictures of women smiling and feeling really good. You need to do those bring your child to work days. And a lot of this is, it feels like a PR campaign to me. There are very few companies that really invest in building that culture. I feel glad that I currently work with a company like that, which incorporates aspects of it right from the hiring phase to, through stages of onboarding and then, the career path. So I feel like if institutions are really serious about it, it has to be truly inculcated in the culture. You don't need to talk about it a lot through press releases and articles and, HR leaders talking about what an amazing culture I've built. Your employees will talk. If it's real, your employees will talk. And I think things like, I was reading up articles which spoke about, daycare facilities and this and that. And again, like whenever these things are spoken about, it is always presented as, oh, we're doing something so special for women. I mean, the moment institutions and companies realize that it's not special, it's bare basic. Just like you have smoking rooms for men and women or smoking zones for men and women. I think once that shift comes in the mindset, life is going to be a lot more better.
Thank you.
I fully agree with you, Prasiddha, on that. I mean, very valid points. In fact, Gunjan, Pooja, both. I'll actually come with a personal example here. So when I joined Urban Company, almost about to complete 5 years, I came in at a mid-managerial level, leading the content piece for the web and all. But over the 5 years that I've been here, the company has given me so much opportunities to be able to eventually now lead head communications and set up new verticals for ESG and PI and other pieces that didn't exist when I had joined, but I have built from scratch, right? That happens only when the company has that kind of environment for you to be and trust that even if you fail, it's okay. We'll win together, right? That acceptance of the risk appetite for a company as well. And a lot of times these are not saying that women are not willing to take risks, but at times we want an environment around us to be equally positive about that risk-taking piece. And the fact that they showed that kind of confidence and faith in me to be able to drive all of these and set them up as processes and as divisions becomes that much more important, right? And like Prasad has said, if the company is doing well, employees will talk and HR people don't need to. Which is precisely what I'm doing right now. As an employee, I'm talking about it, not as a person who's driving diversity, equity, and inclusion in the company. And those are the things that really matter. What we're trying to do, or the other thing that we're doing right now at UC is also driving, setting up a new piece called Future Women Leaders, where it will be a specific program only for mentoring and coaching next league of our female leaders within the company. And this will not just be external hiring, it will also be propelling forward the internal resources that we have. So I think that what matters is how we are as an institution overall coming up with not just policies on paper, but also creating an environment that puts women forward and gives them that kind of faith and that backing that even if we fail, there's a safety net, take as many risks as you want to, go for it.
Definitely. As we come to the end of our session, we still have 5 minutes left. I would just want a concluding remark from all of the panelists about what are their messages to the young women PR and communications professional. I would like to start with Ms. Menon.
Thanks, Ruchika. I mean, what an amazing session. I feel so good. It feels like a good Saturday. I think the question I want to leave all the young PR professionals watching, especially the women, is ask yourself, where do you want to be and how do you want to get there? Don't wait for mentorship programs and coaching programs. Like, I don't know, sometimes as much as I understand there's a need for it, I also want to ask myself that, we don't talk about all of this for men. They do well. So why is it that, we have to be this tribe who needs help, or, has to be positioned in a way like you need a lot of help? You don't. I have not done a lot of these programs, and I'm sure that, we'll have a lot of other leaders, probably some at the panel too, who've not probably gone through such programs to reach where they are. Maybe, now that where we are, we're probably getting some support from an executive coach or so and so, and, trying to kind of hone our skills, or looking at additional courses or whatever else to, build our skills. But I feel like, don't bracket yourself as somebody who needs a lot of help, and, you're in this, there's so much going on, and how am I going to work through it? Have confidence in yourself. Really work on your skills. If you are good at what you do, and if you have the confidence to talk about it in a way that people around you not just recognize and appreciate you, but trust you, you will find a way forward. And I think that's where the buck stops for me. So all the lovely women out there watching, just, have the confidence, like, be so good that people are not able to pull you down. And hopefully, along the path, you'll find, I'm being again immodest, and I'm fine with it, leaders like us who will always be there to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Menon. Ms. Trehan, what are your what is your message to the young women professionals?
After every match, even Nadal today, still after so many years and decades of being that great a player, and I'm a big fan of him, still says there are challenges. That match was tough, but I managed it. So we are mere mortals, all of us, not only Nadal, but all of us. And I'm sorry, I'm giving a male professional, male players example, but then I want to start, this is the start to the end of breaking these shackles where we are constantly living the divide of men and women professionals. Let's break that away. So if he can say that, if the great Stephen Curry can win the MVP after so many years, and, critics had written him off, if he can get there and get on the board, and at the post press conference of the event, he said that, I'm here, people had written me off. Nothing stopped him. He continued playing. He did his best. He honed his skills, as Prasada said. Keep doing that. So if all of us outside have these great examples to live by, learn by that. One thing that I constantly believe, please read a lot. Please write a lot, personally, even if that is. Please educate yourself. Very rightly said, there are no mentors and guides, but keep going back to the classroom for whatever you would like to study. Yes, meet us on the way, wherever you're climbing up the ladder, horizontal, vertical, next in the boardroom. But start respecting anybody and everybody that you see has come to any position of seniority, because they've had to fight way too many battles to get where they were. Yeah. So let's start respecting every individual.
Ms. Mukherjee, what would you like to say?
I think, to stand out and excel, especially women in this, in this business, in this business world, one of my key takeaways from this conversation that we were having is, we need to lead. Think yourself as a leader first. You have to inspire yourself and others every day. You have to lead the way and become an epitome for other women to follow. And I think that's what is the most important journey for us. If we are confident of pulling it through, I'm happy to be, working in an organization where each and every, women, or each man or woman in this organization in a leadership position is literally behaving or operating like an entrepreneur themselves. And I think that speaks a lot about the confidence that organizations today have in women like us, that we will be able to kind of lead our own teams. All that, I still remember when I joined the PR industry, the previous companies that I've worked in, a very important thing that used to always come is they don't understand finance. They don't know what revenue sheets are. Gone are those days. Gone are those days when we don't hear those very stereotypical, I would say, comments, because that at that point of time really kind of used to pull me down. But today I'm much more confident. I'm much more confident because
there have been women leaders who have trained me, mentored me to kind of believe in some things that we will be able to achieve. And I think, yeah, I mean, just believe in yourself first. I think that's the message I would love to advocate.
Thank you, Ms. Mukherjee. Lastly, Ms. Sharma, what is your message to the professionals?
Yeah, my message is pretty simple. If we are capable of writing a vision roadmap for the company, communications plan or any plan for the next 2 years, 5 years, whatever, why can't we write it for ourselves, right? What's stopping us? We should write one for ourselves. If we are helping our spokespeople or our leaders to present a certain image in the wider realm, we can do that for ourselves as well. I mean, simplest example, right? We are always tweeting or posting on LinkedIn about great stuff that the company is doing from the company handle and all that. How much time are we investing in our own personal social media handles? I mean, a lot of communications professionals have very limited reach on social media itself. Right? We're not investing time in using our skills for our own betterment, our own growth. And I think that's what women should start doing. And use those skills that you're using for company for your growth as well. That would be my biggest giveaway here.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. A very big thank you to all the panelists for joining here. And I'm sure the women professionals who are watching have definitely gained some confidence, and they would definitely imply whatever things you shared about moving on in the industry. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ruchika. This was a fantastic panel to be a part of, really.
Indeed. I myself feel very lucky to be the moderator of this panel. Thank you so much to everybody.
Oh, kind, Ruchika. But thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, co-panelists. It was just amazing. Let's continue.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you, Ruchika. This is gorgeous. Thank
Over
you
to
so
you.
much. Thanks, Prasada,
so
Gunjan.
Thanks, Ruchika. Bye.
Over to you,
Bye.
Kathy.
Thank you, Ruchika, for moderating this power-packed women panel so well. And thank you to all our panelists for bringing in that confidence for all our viewers that if you'd like to break the ceiling, nobody's stopping you. It's you need to build that confidence on your own. Moving on from there, let me again remind all of you, there are so many nuggets of wisdom being shared throughout the day. Don't forget to share it forward. Share the love on social media using the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4MPR 30 under 30. With that, we have our next keynote session. A presenter is already here. So let me invite and welcome Mr. Vineet Handa, founder and CEO Kaizen, who's joined us here. Thank you so much. And we want to know, are they short-lived? So over to you, Mr. Handa.
Hi, thank you, Khyati. Thank you, Karan, Naval, Anurag sir, and the whole exchange4media team for inviting me for this keynote. I've been thinking about what I should talk about, which the 30 under 30 or the young generation today probably doesn't know. They know PR very well, and therefore they're part of this list today. Congratulations in advance to all of them who are going to win today evening. You are the guys who are going to shape up the future of PR industry in India. And therefore, something which I have learned in last 22 years of my PR journey, I thought of sharing that. And this topic is very simple. It's a very common topic, a very simple topic, but I thought it's important for all of us to know. In the race of winning, in the race of reaching highest as early as possible, my topic is very relevant, that shortcuts are short-lived. I've always felt, and honestly, I have gone through this phase many a times, where you would want to put in the least efforts and get the best results. That's a great objective to have before you plan. But in that, we always tend to take shortcuts. And I think that's something which does not work. So the way I really see, I just feel, if we really look at it, have we ever heard anybody saying that, So for an example, if I build on a pillar, so the way I really see it is there are three important pillars for anybody in the PR industry. Pillar one is probably relationship. We cannot take out relationship from public relations, right? It's all about relationship. The second important pillar is probably knowledge. And third most important pillar is attitude. So if I really talk about the pillar of relationship, which is the core of what we are trying to do. And then I start with, I don't think we have ever heard people talking about that I have built this relationship in 2 minutes or 2 days or 2 months. Everybody comes and say, hey, I built this relationship over and over again over the years. So if we really look at it, relationship, which is the pillar of our industry, it takes years to build it, and there is no shortcut to it. There's no shortcut to it. So what we actually do is put in the efforts, the right efforts, time and time again to build that relationship. If I go further deep in our as a relationship as a big pillar, what do we have? We have stakeholders, and these stakeholders I divide in three parts. Our stakeholder, which is our internal stakeholders, our teams, our subordinates, our bosses, and the support system inside. Then the other stakeholders, which are our stakeholders, which is where we go back and which we call as clients. Now, clients are what? Clients are these clients companies? No, these clients are people. And do you build relationship with the companies? No, you build relationship with people. And I think that's what is most important to understand. How do you build those relationship with the clients? And third most important aspect of our whatever we do is relationship is industry. And when we talk about industry, it's media, it's surrounding industry. In today's time, probably that has increased. There is new media, there are industry bodies, there are influencers, so that the whole gamut of people around there. And I think when we go through all of these, the one common link is all of these are people, and we build relationships with people. Now, when I pick up a very simple thing, how do you make clients for life? It's relationships, right? How do you build those relationships? It's trust. Now, how do you get that trust? Is when you deliver time and again. And at the same time, even if you don't deliver, there is a transparency, there is honesty, there is a clarity that this will work, this will not work. And I think that's what. The other part of this relationship is understanding what people want, what clients want. And I think in today's industry, we all are intelligent enough to understand what is doable and what is not doable. So therefore, I think very, very important is relationship. And I strongly feel that relationships cannot be built overnight. There is no one night stand relationship in PR. We have to work hard. We have to work honestly with the people, all stakeholders. And that's the core of relationship. And it's a long-term game. It's not a short-term game. So I think that's very important to understand. I'm happy to speak one-on-one on this topic, but this is something which is very close to my heart. Relationship. I have whatever Kaizen has been, whatever Vineet Handa has built in is on the basis of relationship. The next thing which I really want to talk about when it comes to relationship, when it comes to shortcuts, is knowledge. Now, if you really look at the three pillars which I'm talking about today, they are all interlinked. Whether we talk about relationship, whether we talk about knowledge. Knowledge is a very important part of relationship. If you bring knowledge, you bring value on the platform, all your stakeholders will value you and take you seriously. And that will help you to build relationship. Now, getting knowledge is not easy. Getting knowledge is not easy. I was hearing the previous panel, everybody talked about why reading is important, why research is important. And I think research is very important as a PR professional. If you have to be successful, research on industry, research on competition, research on people. All of that helps you to build relationship. All of that helps you to create your own personality, a personality which is backed by knowledge, which is backed by information. When you create plans, when you create documents, all of this research helps you. We are the closest who work with the leadership of any of our clients. I have never seen advertising guy having an access to the CEO, the access we have, right? And therefore, knowledge is very important for us. It's a make it or break it for anybody in the PR industry. I think this is one skill, one important part for anybody to sort of, put in the maximum efforts, gain as much as knowledge. And it doesn't happen overnight. You have to build in a habit of reading, habit of writing, habit of picking up, habit of research. And that's how you will inculcate the knowledge, inculcate the habit of getting knowledge from across. I think relationship and knowledge, both are interlinked. A greater your knowledge will help you to do better for your clients and therefore build better relationships. Now, third thing, which is attitude. Now, attitude, if you really look at, cuts across all the pillars, all across all industries, everywhere. What is that attitude? That attitude is of a doer. Our attitude is of leading. And why I'm saying leading, because the 30 under 30 winners, we see them as leaders for tomorrow. So how do you build that culture? What the whole thought process around attitude? Most important, and I always talk about this, when you win, when you grow, when you're doing well, you should always have your feet on ground and head on your shoulder. Now, feet on ground in literal terms means being grounded, but feet on ground also means bringing experience, going places, meeting people, doing on your own. You're a hardworking guy. I think that's what feet on ground means for me. Head on your shoulder. Any growth, any victory, any success should not get into your head. You are still a doer, and that's what will help you to grow. That's what will help you to learn. Learning is a very important part of our attitude. Learning is not a skill, learning in attitude. Unlearning is an attitude. You cannot learn unless you unlearn. And I think that's very important. Being a team player is an attitude. Leading a team is an attitude. And I see that is another very important part of anybody's success in life. You could be a team lead, you could be a CEO tomorrow, but understand, unless the bottom of the pyramid is not happy or not learning from you or not seeing you as a leader, it doesn't help. And that's what the attitude is all about. How do you take everybody along? How do you help people to grow? I think that's something which is important when it comes to the attitude. I go back from attitude to knowledge. I said learning is an attitude, and therefore for knowledge, learning is very important. Therefore, I said client relationships are very important. Knowledge is important for a relationship. Therefore, attitude is important for a relationship. Keeping feet on the ground is very important for a relationship. Keeping head on your shoulder is very important for a relationship. Relationship is a two-way street. And in that street, in that two-way street, you have to take the first step. It's you who have to take the first step. And I think that's the core of relationship. I think I would want to sort of connect all of this together and say, all these three things will never will happen overnight. You'll have to work hard for all of this. You have to work consciously on all of these three pillars and then take it forward. And I'm sure if these three pillars are with you, you're gonna be a great person first, and success will follow you. I think that's what I have to say. There's only one shortcut which works. There's only one shortcut which works, is a hard work. And we should all think about it. When it comes to hard work, shortcut works. And I'll give you my real life example. My first job in PR, this was in year 2000 to 2003. I was working under a few of my seniors. Fortunately, unfortunately, those seniors moved out within the 6 months of me joining. And I handled that Delhi branch with 6 months of experience. Of course, my bosses in Mumbai were looking at me very closely. But what made them trust me? Because in those 6 months, I worked for 12 months. I used to put in my efforts of 14 hours or 16 hours a day. Honestly, I'm not a big supporter of all of that. Those were the times which required that. There was no technology. You had to put in hard work to do the photocopies, to distribution of press releases, to writing them, to even tracking the news, cutting those newspaper clippings, pasting it on those letterheads and things like those. So, but it helped me grow. And therefore, I personally feel even today, if you're a hardworking guy, you can pace your career. You all know your boundaries. You all know your areas and domains and expertise. If you can, if you want, hard work is the only answer for a success. Thank you, everyone. It was great to be here. It was a short keynote, but I think these three pillars which I spoke about is essence of my career. I still don't say that I'm a successful guy, but whatever I have done, these are the three things which I could share on from my experience. Thank you, everybody. And a big congratulations to all the winners today evening. I look forward to see all your names bright and shining, and keep winning, keep winning. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Handa, for such thought-provoking session. And I'm sure that the viewers are going to remember these three pillars. Thank you so much for spending this time here with us. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you'd like to move forward and share your key insights from the session, go ahead and do so using the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4MPR 30 under 30. Moving on, we are going towards our last panel of the day, which will talk about fostering brand and PR agency relationships, the challenges of overcoming creative differences and crisis mitigation, how brands and agencies should take a joint stand in case campaigns face a public outlash. Now here we have a stellar panel once again. Let me invite them on screen. We have Sunanda Rao, founder and CEO, Seraphim Communication, Suvir Paul, Executive Vice President, Ruder Finn, Rahul Nag, Head of Communications, Pocket FM, Saurav Das, Vice President, Corporate Communication, SemCorp Energy Limited, and moderating this session is Shrabasti Malik from exchange4media. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. And Shrabasti, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, everyone. It is great to have you all in this session. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. You are. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, clearly.
Are we audible? Okay, right.
Yeah, good afternoon, Shrabasti.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shrabasti.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rao. Good afternoon, Mr. Paul. So, welcome and thank you for joining me in this wonderful session that we have today that will talk about fostering brand and PR agency relationships. And like we know that some of the most successful and beautiful campaigns come out of a joint collaboration between a brand and an agency when they proactively collaborate with each other, ideate, and then dole out a campaign. So, in all of these myths, what do you think are the challenges that a brand and a PR agency face during communication? While discussing about the campaign of a certain product or a service, what are the challenges and the hurdles that both the PR agencies and the brands come across, face, and then overcome? If I can start with Ms. Rao.
Hi. So actually, I was just listening to the keynote speaker before, and the most important thing for me lies in trust. And it starts actually, when you say it's an established relationship between a brand and a PR agency, this is one thing, but when and how do you come to that stage? There's a lot of process involved in actually choosing the right agency for the brand, and also vice versa. So starting also right from the pitching phase and getting to know each other, and then evolving that relationship is the first and foremost step, which is obviously based on a lot of credibility, hard work, research on the basis of on the part of the agency, but also on the level of the brand as well. Who am I choosing? Am I choosing the right partner? So you actually are walking hand in hand for even a short term or a long haul campaign. So just to kind of start off this discussion, I think I would rely on my colleagues from the brand part of it to give us some insights as well, and then I'll pitch in more.
Okay, taking the cue from Ms. Rao, if we can move on to Mr. Das, if you'd like to weigh in.
Yes, this is like the egg and chicken story, right? Who came up first? Okay. So the challenge which you are referring to, whether it's who's to be blamed and who's not to be blamed and who's to take the credit and who's not to take the credit, is probably as eternal as that. And I can tell you because I sat on both sides of the table, right? So I do understand the pang that comes on the other side, and I understand the pang that comes on this side also. So quickly jumping in, and I think this has moved a little bit. I mean, if that was the cheese somewhere, that cheese has moved. And in the last 24 months, I think that's the movement that has happened. So we know pandemic has made a significant shift to our life, the way we see things. And that's not the breaking news. The good or the bad part is that, we both realize, whether it's the agency or the brand, realize that we need to survive and thrive together. I think that realization has set in. And I think that's the whole ecosystem. It's not just us. I think the planet sees that, it's not me and the rest, it's us now, right? So we are looking at, and this is an opportunity for us, And what has also happened during this last 24, 28, whatever the amounts were, that, brands have become ubiquitous because the customer is like, we have to look at the customer, and customer is right now all over. Medias, take the platforms, take everything. So the challenges which we had has multiply, it's like increased many folds, right? So if I look at what is the challenge is about the dharma of coalition, okay? I know this is very relevant to the Dharma of coalition. So the agency and the brand cannot see cannot be sitting in two poles. I mean, you have to come. It's whether it's the in-house team or it's the external agency or the agency and the in-house brand guys. Okay, each brings its strengths and each comes with its weaknesses. I mean, the faster we are able to identify that, the faster we are able to, kind of realize each other's strength and build on the weaknesses. I think that's going to help. So 3 more things before I just wind up, because otherwise Rahul and Suir will just probably maul me down on this, is like, 3 things which matters, okay, for a brand and an agency relationship. And 3 things which usually breaks agency and brand relationships are the campaign, the narrative, and finally the relationship, which I think Sunanda just mentioned about. I'll touch it upon at the end of it, right? So when it comes to the campaign, we do fantastic campaigns. I mean, India is a storehouse of creativity, whether it's PR creativity, whether it's advertising creativity. We are right. We are pushing the frontiers. We are building up. But I think one thing we have to keep in mind, and that's for the young people, the 30 and the 30s, the leaders of tomorrow: credibility. Be credible. When you create campaigns, ensure they're memorable. And one more thing, keep it simple. Just keep it simple. Too much convoluted, smart campaigns don't work. Too much smart campaigns, they just confuse people. The next thing is that we have to, and that goes for both the sides, that's where you can break the challenges. Either if you're not doing that together, if we're doing it together, we'll ensure that we kind of look at it. If we don't, then we create a problem. That's the narrative part of it. When it comes to the narrative, we need to be ready for the unexpected. And when I say unexpected, it is like, okay, there is a brief, there is a draft, but how nimble are we to adapt? The faster we can do that, the better. And that can happen only when you have a strong core idea, strong core proposition in place. So I'll stick to the word core. Okay, that makes a lot of difference. And finally, the relationship. Okay, Sunanda touched upon it, and I know because I was sitting on the other side many moons ago, and I had faced this from the client side. When you pitch, you make a fantastic pitch. You have a proposition which can really blow the client off. But then what happens? Agency is also a thin line of people. After pitching, the core team moves on to another pitch, and the client is left with another set of team, which literally can be a heartache and a pain for the client. That's the other part we need to look into. Have that balance. I mean, the expectation management is important for the client. If you can do that, you can live with the client for a lifetime. And finally, there is the new entry. It's not new because that dilemma existed, but now it's strong. Is that agencies tend to have competitor mandates also. While there are Chinese walls, there are well-guarded processes in place, but we know we are human beings. So that doubt, once it creeps in, it doesn't make the client comfortable. I don't know how it's going to be addressed. I'm sure people will be talking about it. I'll pause here. Back to you, Shabasti.
Thank you, Mr. Das. Taking from one point that you mentioned, that expectation management needs to be wholesome, I would like to ask Mr. Paul on harping on what Ms. Rao said, that choosing the right agency is very important for a brand. But that also that's also the case for a PR agency, that choosing the right brand and the right campaigns to pitch. So, Mr. Paul, if I would like, I could have your opinion on the same, on choosing the right brand and balancing the expectation management part of it.
Sure, Shabasti. Thank you so much for having me, and congratulations to all the winners today. Hopping on what my fellow panelists have just spoken about, when we go in and and I'm totally from the agency side. I've never worked on the client side, and I don't intend to. I enjoy the agency atmosphere. So when we go in and make a pitch to a particular client, it is obviously built on certain premise, a premise of a need or a want that is outlined by a client. It is very important for us who are on the client side, on the agency side at least, to understand what is the need for the brand and what are the wants that are being articulated. When you go building a campaign or you're going in for a pitch, it is about giving them a sense of what's the thought process? How are you going to approach that problem solving that has been articulated by the client? If you get that right, that's the first step of winning anything in the market space today, obviously. And I keep telling this to all the people that I work with, that trust is earned, it's not given. Somebody obviously puts a punt out to say, yes, these guys get it, they can deliver on what they are saying. And then it's about actually delivering to that commitment that you have made, right? Now, ideas that come, and I always lay stress on this, and in today's world, it's all changed. When I started in communication over 20 years back, it was a lot different. But today's world allows us to play with data science umpteen. You can cut, slice, look at various problem statements, look at various aspects through various lenses. If you can back good ideas with data, there is very little that can be led from an argumentative side or from a side to say that there could be a different opinion. Because if data points you in a particular direction, it requires you to kind of understand, contemplate, and then say, yes, whether this is a good idea or not. And that's what's most important. One is us as agency people understanding what is a good idea, how do we substantiate it, how do we sell it? And the other side, who's sitting and receiving that, also needs to understand and get whether this is the right way for the brand. And most times of not, people who spent enough time in that industry on the client side and having worked maybe long years in that particular field, they get it. So our ability to marry the two and then understand that, there is an idea that is backed by data, that commits, that makes a promise, and that there is an execution plan or a commitment to deliver on that promise. I think if we get those aspects right, we shouldn't see any dissonance in a relationship between a client and an agency. It is a partnership at the end of the day. You choose to work with each other. And that's the commitment that you need to deliver on. Over to you.
I think I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Nag, if I could have your opinion on the subject.
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me here. And again, congratulations to all the future heroes of the PR industries and the future leaders. Okay, coming back to the point and coming back to the panel, I think there are three aspects that we need to be a little careful of or caution of. One is what Saurav has already mentioned, expectation management. And if you look at it, expectations management doesn't happen from day one. It comes from a continuous flow of trust and credibility that one builds over a period of time. And unless and until that trust and credibility comes into the picture, there is always going to be an expectation mismatch. Point number two is I have always seen that there is some thin line or thick line between agency and brands when it comes to the strategic focus in terms of driving any campaigns and vis-a-vis the tactical part, which comes as a byproduct of that campaign. Now, if you look at a very at any campaign, at that point of time, you will see that the brand or any of the corporate side of the conversation is coming more from a strategic approach and having a very strategic outlook to it. But unless and until the other side, which I generally call advisors or consultants, unless and until they get the strategic aspect of the campaign, it's very difficult to marry both the agency's aspect and the advisor's aspect, and on the opposite side, the brand's aspect. So it is really important to have that marriage when it comes to having the strategic alliance or strategic amalgamation or alignment in terms of driving any campaign or narrative. Second is how the tactical part is going to be aligned in order to the strategic outcome that you want to drive. The third point is, and this is again a part of the second point, which is that whether the agency is actually considered themselves as an agency or as an advisor. Because the moment they are behaving like an agency, because to be frank with you, I have a bit of uh, a kind of apprehension about using the term agency for any form of PR partner, and I generally address my PR partner or my PR advisor always as partner. So I don't call them agency. So the first and foremost thing is agency is comes more from a tactical perspective to get the job done and get. So basically, that's how the term was coined in the advertising and marketing domain. Come get the job done, get a percentage of the entire value, and move ahead. But when it comes to public relations and the communications practice, I think agency is no longer going to be relevant. One has to come as an advisor, one has to come as a consultant and be a partner to the journey rather than just focusing on getting the job done. Over to you, Saraswati.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nag. That was really insightful. And coming back to the point that you said that the relationship between a brand and an agency develops over time and on the basis of trust and credibility. So while during the strengthening of the relationship and during making and the promotion of campaigns, there there sometimes are creative differences because the clients come with a set of ideas that they want to put out to the audience, and the brands have a few ideas of their own that they want to amalgamate with the ideas of the brand. So do you think that these kind of creative differences strengthen the bond or strains it? I would like to start with Ms. Rao, if I.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay, great. So in that perspective, it what the other my co-panelists have said, it actually all boils down to how well do you want to work with each other, right? Yes, there may be creative differences, but I wouldn't really call them differences. These are when you're brainstorming together on ideas, when you're actually coming up with creative ideas. One thing is obviously when we start giving in some pitches when it comes to creative ideation of campaigns, be it a long-term or a short-term campaign. I think, of course, as a third party, I'm representing an agency. So as a third party, you are not from that system which has the mission, which knows its brand, which knows its own personality, what it wants to portray. We as outsiders, of course, need to be a little more briefed, and it evolves over a certain period of time. But on the other hand, what the third party perspective brings is fresh ideation, fresh creativity, as in out of the box thinking, which I myself as a brand probably have not even stepped into that realm because I am coming from inside out perspective. So these two things, when they marry, all that can work out if you have a basic understanding that you want to work with each other and chalk out that brilliant plan that both sides are working with each other for, right? So at the end of the day, the goal is set that you have a campaign. The mission is set because you want to work together. I don't think really that, at that point of time, that they are two different parties that are working. I think they do come together. We do so much of ideation. The latest one, like we have actually helped in a project that has been, it's a multicultural, multinational project just recently that we got over with for a client of ours. And in that whole thing, it's not just about feasibility or either we are sitting across the table and just flinging ideas across the table. It doesn't really work like that. We get the briefing. We do talk about feasibility as well. Is it feasible? There are so many things that probably a brand has limitations. They have shortcomings. They have challenges that, for example, I as an agency can use Shutterstock images, but then my client will say, no, I cannot. But then that's where I'll have to see how feasible it is. What are the assets that we have? I'm just giving a very, very tiny, minute example of how actually a day-to-day functioning comes when you talk about creative brainstorming, for instance. So those kind of issues can be solved as long as there is that mutual understanding, and that's where it boils down to. If we are friends, if we want to have that basic fundament of working together, if we have that credibility, if we have that mutual trust, if we have the honesty, if we are hardworking, I think nothing can, I don't see that as a problem. Sorry, I got a little long on that.
Thank you, Ms. Rao, for your input. Mr. Das, if I can move on to you and ask you about, Ms. Rao just spoke about, feasibility, about if the agency is able to meet the requirements of what the brand requires in terms of promoting their services or their products. And if I could if I could have your view on this.
See, I think Shunanda's view, I'll definitely touch upon that. Before I go into it, I'll also kind of really resonated with 2 points, one from Shubir and one from Rahul. Shubir's point, which he referred to, that, need and want. Okay. And understanding the need of a client, and then probably I'll just slightly give it my twist, align my want with it, ensures that we build a trust. I have, and I'm coming from several successful self-experiences when I was sitting on the other side trying to do that, right? It works, okay? And many a time, young, talented comms professionals sitting on both sides misses it. The faster and the better we understand that, probably that's the starting point. Because we need to realize one thing: big ideas are not IPs. They come from anywhere and from across the horizon. Okay, a big idea can come in from anywhere. So having a creative difference, I see it as a strength. It's like it's the core of bringing it. But as long as it's healthy, and the differences doesn't get translated into personal animosities. So if those two can be kind of addressed, it's like a marriage. Okay, as the reference was that Rahul said that we are partners, and I think there was a couple of times even Vineet was mentioning in his previous address that it's good marriages last a lifetime. Bad ones ends in too many divorces, and we know that from our our general social analogy itself, right? So if and that whole thing starts with that trust. I understand, I make space, I try and give myself that space to understand what my client needs, and the client sitting in and tries and understand what the agency wants to do. There's that whole bit of insecurity once it kind of fades away. That cloud, that fog goes out. There's a great space for having creative differences, which can help. I think I'll stop in here. Listen to the others.
Thank you, Mr. Das. Mr. Paul, if I could have an agency point of view on the subject.
Yeah, sure. So what I'd like to say over here is the first tenet of teamwork, right? The first tenet of teamwork or partnership or whatever you want to call it is all successes and failures are collective. It's not a situation where you fail and then it becomes an agency and a client problem. The successes are celebrated equally, right? I mean, we're joined in that. As long as we understand that about each other, I think there is great joy to be had in the working relationship. The other thing I just want to pick on is, when coming into a room to kind of give out an idea or to kind of work with creative differences, it's not unhealthy. It's actually very healthy. I would propagate the fact that people are coming in with different opinions. They're coming in with well-researched ideation in terms of what they're trying to serve. Again, it's upon the leadership of that particular organization or the particular people over there to understand what will work and what won't. And the ability to say, yes, this is a great idea, and then take it and build on it. It may not be the entire idea. You can take it and you can build on it. And it's a collective effort from both sides. So I don't look upon creative differences actually being a negative in this particular discussion or have a negative connotation whatsoever. I think creative differences are extremely healthy. Personally, I do believe multifaceted disciplinary, resources lend to that discussion. So it's great if you have, 5 guys who've done public relations all their lives, but I'd love to involve people from advertising. I love to involve people from research. I love to involve people from different domains, and each one comes with a different idea, and they approach the problem differently. So, I mean, on a whole, I completely welcome creative differences in a room. Obviously, keep it healthy. And I think we're all well experienced enough to know what that means. But creative differences are what takes you to the next level. If everybody thinks alike, you're just doing more of the same. Where's the innovation? And that's where I kind of put it out, whenever working with young teams, people who are eager to succeed. Be the guiding force. Mentor them well. They'll come up with some fabulous ideas which are executable, which have been executed, and the results are there on the wall to see for anybody who's interested. So, that's my take on this. I always welcome, alternative thinking, bringing in new concepts, new thoughts. This is it. This is the new world we live in.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Nag, harping on what Mr. Paul just said about creating creative differences being healthy, as long as they come in from the right quarters and from various quarters, from advertising or from marketing, and about streamlining ideas that are different yet adhere to the same output. So if I could have a brand point of view on this. Sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry. So I would probably agree with all the 3 other panelists over here. And I do agree that creative differences is probably the foundation of any successful creative campaign. And unless and until you have that creative differences, you are probably sitting in a room with a lot of yes boss kind of people, which probably is not a healthy sign for any team. Second is whether this is coming from the right quarters. I don't think there is any right or wrong quarters when you are doing the brainstorming and doing a discussion on certain creative ideation. I can give you for an example. I was actually doing a kind of rehearsal session for another panel a couple of weeks back, and someone from some other consulting firm actually gave me an idea, which I really liked it, and I actually started rolling that idea in my organization. The point is, are you receptive enough to hear out the ideation that is coming to your way? Be it from anyone, be it from people whom you may not like as well. But if there are ideas which are coming and which is actually adding to your strength, you should always welcome that. And that is probably, as I said, the foundation of any successful campaign. So just concluding it by saying that unless and until you have creative differences, you'd have no creativity in the organization.
Well, that was very rightly put and very beautifully put, Mr. Nag. Thank you. Moving on to the next question of the session is about standing up, both brands and agencies taking a stand on their campaigns in the case of a backlash. More often than not, some of the most beautiful campaigns have, faced a lot of backlash owing to either, some have addressed that it's specific to a minority or it's hurting the religion or some other issues that have cropped up. So how do you think, or do you think that brands and agencies should jointly take a stand on any campaign or any successful campaign, for the matter of fact, in the case of a backlash or in the case that, it backfires? Ms. Rao, if I can start with you.
Okay. The big answer is, if I'm in it, I'm in it. And it's, I have a very the brand to lose each other and say no, push the blame. I think that's a very childish thing to even expect. I feel when we are doing the entire preparation for a campaign, we have to keep in mind that there is nothing, even if you bring out a needle, it'll attract any sort of, today the social media, the world of social media is so dynamic. We do have a lot of opinions around, and there is no campaign that's not going to attract any negativity. That's okay. That one has to take in their stride. Notwithstanding that, I think there is absolutely, from my perspective, I wouldn't even entertain such a question in my mind, whether if in such an eventuality something like this comes, I'm going to wash my hands off, or the brand would wash its hands off. I don't think that's even a question when we are even signing our contracts. If there is other, I'd love to hear the other opinions, but I think we are all on the same page about that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rao. Mr. Nag, if I could have your views on this, should brands and agency jointly take a stand on a campaign in case of a negative backlash?
Rahul or me?
Mr. Nag.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Okay, so one thing which I'll probably agree with Sunanda over here, and one thing that I always follow is together in crime, partner in crime. So if you are having the celebration together with your advisor or PR partner over here, and if there is any kind of backlash or any form of crisis that happens due to a campaign, you cannot leave them alone. So it has to be like a kind of hand in hand. It has to go hand in hand, and it's a kind of handshake that we both have agreed before we even started working together. So there is no question about it that there is a single point of ownership that would lie with the brand or with the PR partner. It's mostly it has to be together, celebrate the success, or if it is actually a crisis or backlash, just face it and solve it. But once there is a backlash, then you have other tasks to do to neutralize the backlash and neutralize the crisis rather than blaming each other. So I don't think there is any scope to take any form of ownership or take any like do any kind of blame game at that point of time, and that's neither a healthy sign of a relationship between the two parties.
Okay, I think we are coming at the fag end of the session. So I'd like to quickly move on to the last question, is that a brand and agency relationship is more like a personal one, like between friends or between families. So how do you think that this relationship can be strengthened, or how can we make both sides, communicate effectively for a more successful campaign or a successful relationship in the long run? I'd like to start with Ms. Rao again.
Sorry. Actually, we have encompassed, or we have comprehensively covered the various aspects during this short time that we could. The only thing from my end that remains to be again talked about, or even I'd like to answer Mr. Das's comment, though it should become a ping pong ball. But yes, and this question about when brands are hiring campaigns for the agencies for the campaigns. So yes, there's a different team. As it's we do understand that point, and this point has been raised quite a number of times also on Twitter. In fact, even today there was this discussion about how when clients are looking for pitching in their when they're giving out tenders, or give the right feedback. So it's actually a two-way street. But I think the more important thing here is that when you know that they to work together, I think that hands on the critique of the larger PR industry in general. I think one way out is to have those kind of work with niche agencies that are specializing in their field. Gone are the days when I don't want to take on it, but gone are the days when you would hire, let's say, a Coca-Cola would hire the biggest PR agency in the world, and you have that one tagline that it tastes different, for example. Now we have so many nuances to take care of. Every market has its different regional specificities. Even India, as a market, is very, very complex. Every 100 kilometers, we have a change of attitude. So the campaigns also have to look into that aspect. So probably when you're searching for an agency, when you're searching for the right partners, probably it'll be a good thing to kind of understand how well and how well you are talking to that team partner, and to have that, obviously, that frank conversation that, look, I'd like to meet the team in the first go when you guys are pitching for it. So one way out is to be extremely transparent about things. So I know it's very tough. On the other hand, I think also to be more precise in the ask. I have had so many campaigns, or let's say meetings or first elevator pitches, where clients do not even know the difference between a public relations agency or a marketing agency or a creative agency. And then we have to start from the scratch in explaining and what is paid media, what is earned media, what is, opinion generation. So I think, yes, the PR space largely is a very abstract space. It's not like you're seeing an ad. It's not like, it's a tangible asset that you can grab onto. It's about changing, or it's actually about perception management and reputation management. So I think, barring that, I'm throwing all these big vocabulary words because from the industry, I think all of us, our audiences, we know what we're talking about. When it comes to largely having a versatile, I, as an agency person, will always look for versatility, for diversity, for, having that creative mind, a boiling pot of minds, in terms of, having the different kinds of, it's not just about, bringing together minds from the advertising space or the monitoring space. I want to see creative all different aspects, that are not just from the PR background. Also, we are looking for bankers, engineers, fashion designers, musicians, documentary filmmakers. So I think, barring that, the last point to come back to the question is, how can we enhance to actually have an interest as well as, inward outward dialogue and more the dialogue, the better.
Thank you for your views, Ms. Rao. If I'd like to move on to Mr. Das, if I could have your views on the same, on how brands and agencies can communicate more effectively, and the opportunities that lie ahead for both the parties.
I'll just take you back to a quote, which kind of it's more of those, your own baseline statement which you live by. And this is from David Ogilvy in 1955, and he said that, the customer and the consumer is not a moron, she's your wife. I'll just slightly adapt that, saying that he or she is your client. Okay, remember that. So what happens is, many a times we in our zeal to kind of move on, build on and stuff like that, we tend to miss out that little space. I'll start there, but then I'll also remind, because this group which we are talking today, the forum is all about young leaders who are going to be taking our seats very soon, and they're going to be the next flag bearers of the sector. So remember, you are a craftsman of one of the most ancient art form. And when I say one of the most ancient art form, is that influencing did not start with the industrial era. It was there way back when the Neanderthal man was running, trying to bring down a mammoth. They managed to influence their other fellow Neanderthals to go back and chase one mammoth, because there was something at the end of it. So they started influencing, and even after that, Homo sapiens, when they realized that Neanderthals were the apex predators, they managed to get themselves together, spin out something, speak to each other, communicate, get together, and overcome the Neanderthal. And since then, we have been kind of influencing, bringing down civilization, building civilization. We have been doing that, right? So this is one of the most ancient art form we're dealing with. Okay, so let's start there. And and it all starts with two things. Trust. We spoke about it many times today in the course of it. And the next thing is creativity. These are two fundamental blocks of our relationship. If you want to really build it, start there with trust. You have to be first of all transparent to your customer. or your client or your partner. Let's put it partner to partner. Let's forget client and agencies out there for once. You have to be kind of completely mutually start respecting each other, trust each other. Just let yourself. There are times when you will fall, but let the other person know that you're falling. You don't have to hide that. You start there, you give a little space, the other one will also, right? Start there. And the next thing is, the best friend of brands is creativity. The more creative the practitioner is, the brand becomes stronger. So any brand custodian loves to, whether it's sitting on both sides, love to have something creative around them, and the worst enemy of a brand is replication. Often young professionals pick up a successful formula from one brand, one client, and just plugs it, just uses Google tool to replace the names and puts a pitch together. Don't do that. Again, I'll go back to that, the customer or the client on the other side is not moron. It's so these few things. So I'm talking of transparency, I'm talking of trust, I'm talking of, the encouragement of having creative space. If we have these fundamentals in place, these three pillars, I'm sure any of this, whether you talk about brand agency relationship, whether you call about agency, this communication team are clubbing both together and its stakeholder relationship, they can all flourish and they can all be, growing mutually and growing better. I'm done speaking. Back to you. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Das. That was really quite insightful, that what you mentioned about, trust and transparency being the bedrock of relationship between a brand and an agency. Mr. Paul, if I could weigh in on your opinion from an agency point of view.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I have a little bit of a differing opinion on this. As far as, relationships go, it's very different with my family and it's very different with my client. My family is unconditional, my client is conditional. So you must be able to separate these two. Second is, any new relationship is like two rough stones taken and grinding together. So there are going to be, instances where things either, mindsets don't match or expectation mismanagement, etc. They don't match. But over a period of time, if you can keep rubbing those stones together, they become smooth, right? Yeah. They rub the friction out. So what that essentially leads to is about intent. If the intent is right from the agency side, each and every time that they put their foot forward, if the intent is right, you are going to get this relationship right. The one thing that I can't teach people is skill, but one thing I can't teach people is will, the intent. I can teach people skill, but I can't teach people will. That has to come from within. So no matter where you are in the hierarchy of an agency, whether you're right on top or whether you're right at the bottom, remember, the will needs to be paramount. The skill will come. You will find good mentors within the so-called bandwidth of the agency. I'm sure there will be people who will come up, put their hands up and help you. But there's nobody who can help you with will. Will is something that you need to generate for yourself, and you need to put yourself with the best intent day in, day out, working for the best, for a client in terms of serving their needs.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Nag, if I could have your closing comments on this subject.
So probably I won't be having those 20,000 feet above kind of thought process over here or perspective over here, but I'll keep it very grounded. Something that I follow. I always try to ensure that there is no form of fear or scare or any form of gap which can cause a communication gap with my partner. So anyone right from the bottom of the line to the top of the line can call me at any point of time. So that is the kind of confidence and comfort that I always try to give to the other side. Because once that comes, then follows the trust and credibility, the trust of the fact that they are trusting me about a point that okay, things are not working, or we need to look at a alternate route, or things are falling down, there is a faux pas that has happened. Unless and until you have that fear out of the complete conversation, that will never happen. So that's one, trust. And second is respect. So irrespective of whether like they are a pressure to the organization or the senior most person in the team, at the end of the time, at the end of the day, unless and until you do respect your team, you will not get that respect back as an outcome of it. Now, unless and until that mutual respect falls into the picture, I don't think there will be enough trust and transparency into the conversation. So it's all interconnected and interlinked. But I think these are the three characteristics behavior we need to be a little focused on: transparency, trust, and respect.
Thank you, Mr. Nag, for that insightful insight. I think we've come to the end of the session. It was really interesting, and it was a lot of informative session that we had today. Thank you to all my panelists, Mr. Paul,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Das, Mr. Nag, and Ms. Rao. And I think the budding professionals of tomorrow are going to gain a lot of inspiration, insight, and innovative ideas from this session. I know personally I have. So thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
and all
you.
the best to the winners, and greetings from our side. Thank you
Correct.
so much, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the entire team, all the winners, and to exchange4media team also for organizing this. Thank you, everybody. It was a
Thank
pleasure.
you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you once again to all our panelists for spending this time with us and sharing your insights. Thank you, Ms. Malik, for moderating the session so very well. It has been full of insights and a lot of information moving down to all our viewers. So once again, here's reminding all of you that if you'd like to share the love and spread those key takeaways of yours that you've gotten from all the sessions so far, don't forget to do so using the hashtag E4MPR Summit or E4MPR30under30. Yes, moving on from the leaders of today to the leaders of tomorrow in just a short while. But here's just wrapping up this entire summit for all of you. There have been so many different perspectives, and yet one thing remains common, that there has to be the intent, the will that one of our panelists spoke about. There has to be an amount of transparency and respect within the team and outside. So there's so much that we can all take away from the session so far, and I hope that you have too. If you've enjoyed it so far, please don't forget to comment and talk to us using the hashtags. We'd love to engage in a conversation with you. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up the summit, I'd like to invite for our valedictory session, Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder and director, exchange4media, to join us on screen. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Ahuja.
Thank you, Khyati, and a very good evening to everybody who's logged in and watching the show. As you know, a large number of the initiatives that we are doing now are already on ground. Pitch PR and corporate communications 30 and under 30 is one of our newer initiatives, and as you can imagine, this the celebrations in the evening today after this conference seek to recognize the young talent in the industry. We have two other similar 30 under 30 lists. So one is the advertising list, the celebration ceremony for which took place in Bombay last month. And the other one, which is our marketing 30 under 30, which is under the aegis of our marketing brand called Pitch, is also likely to happen next month. The primary reason why we have created these lists is to recognize the young talent that's been entering the industry from across the board in the last few years. And as we've seen during COVID and ongoing now, youngsters are really driving ideas. Youngsters are driving a lot of growth in the industry. I keep joking with people I meet that people of my age are primarily not digital natives. We don't understand technology enough to be able to bring a lot to the table. We are also learning, and a lot of that learning is happening from young people who are driving growth for their organizations, who are driving new ideas. As you've seen in today's conference, we had 7 panels, 3 keynotes. People spoke about what are the new trends in the PR and corporate communications industry. And one of the things that has become very clear for the industry during COVID is that the importance of PR and corporate communications has gone up significantly. Not that it was not there. corporate communications heads in many cases are already working with the CEOs and MDs of the companies, in many cases directly with the owners. Image management, how the image is projected to the world outside, to business partners, to consumers, has become even more important during COVID, combined with the fact that a lot of companies, because of hit on business, had to also reduce their marketing budgets. So the focus on PR and corporate communications went up many fold. And that's likely to continue. If you look at the new technology space, all the D2C companies, all the, companies in the MarTech, AdTech, technology space, they've all focused on going directly consumers through sort of heavy duty PR. I think that's a trend that's going to stay here and only going to grow. And people who are serving that trend really well are the youngsters in the industry who as you can imagine, this list that we have put together uh, seeks to recognize. My congratulations to all the winners today evening. Uh, the conference also discussed a lot of relevant issues today, most important of which is about talent, retention. I think now that we are coming out of COVID, talent retention has become a very important aspect for all the companies. There's been a sudden spurt of job opportunities in the market. I think companies that culturally take care of their people really well are the ones that will do better in retaining talent. Like, a management guru once very famously said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So I think as we come out of COVID, creating a culture that drives innovation, that encourages youngsters, that encourages people to speak up and bring fresh ideas to the table, uh, that culture is going to thrive. Companies with that kind of culture are going to thrive. And this 30 under 30 list seeks to recognize people who are driving, who are at the forefront of these new ideas and new innovation. So with that, again, congratulations to all the winners, and I look forward to celebrating with all of you. Thank you, and back to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja. We couldn't have concluded this summit better than your words here. And of course, for all of you who've been watching us through the day, thank you so much for staying with us. This brings us to the end of our summit, but it's not the end of the event, as we look forward to celebrating the E4M 30 under 30 from the PR and CORP COMM industry. But before we go forward doing that, we would like to thank once again our partners presented by AdFactors PR Knowledge Driven Communications, powered by partners Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Candor Communications, Gold Partners, ATDB, Media Mic, Fusion Public Relations, and Seraphim Communication. Thank you so much for your partnership. We're taking a quick 5-minute break here and reconvening here for our PR 30 under 30 Awards 2022 in a short while. Don't go anywhere. The link is the same. We're just going to play some AVs, get the stage ready for the awards. See you right back.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits.
अच्छा मैंने कुछ शिवांगी से बात की
$33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
कर तो लिया
exchange4media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The exchange4media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchange4media.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, exchange4media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. exchange4media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, exchange4media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. exchange4media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder exchange4media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. exchange4media.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill and Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of PR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Awards, which are the most profound and respected initiatives for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. exchange4media will honor those brightest
It's a check in the box.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Was I speaking on mute? Now that's the cardinal sin we do in digital world, don't we? But a very warm welcome to all of you to the second edition of PR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Awards, which are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. exchange4media will honor those brightest professionals entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 30 through these awards. This year, we have received over 10 nominations, out of which we selected 30 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting. And after screening over 80 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. Yeah, I think we received over 100 nominations. But more on that, we will tell you through this audio visual. I'm Khyati Kawe, your host, and don't go anywhere. We're going to honor the brightest minds, the young minds of the industry. But let's first take a look at this audio visual. Can we have the AV, please?
The PR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Awards 2022 are the most profound and respected initiatives for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. exchange4media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 30 through these awards. This year, we have received over 100 nominations, out of which we selected the best 30 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting. And after screening over 60 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. Here's a quick look at the fantastic industry leaders who were part of the jury this year.
Hi everyone, good evening. Judging the E4M 40 Under 40 was a very interesting exercise. Interesting but yet challenging, because let's face it, we were identifying the future stars of our profession. We had a very enthusiastic response and lots of entries to judge. But what was really heartwarming was the number of people who came online to present real time to the jury. That hunger, that passion was really great to see. As far as the entries went, we had a lot of entries that showcased good work, regular good work, essentially showing us that you're doing your jobs well. But for us as a jury, that was pretty much the minimum qualification. And what we were looking for was exceptional work, outstanding work. And the 30 that we finally shortlisted amply demonstrated that. So congratulations guys for making it to the select 30. And for those of you who didn't make it this time, just a piece of advice. Introspect. Try and identify that one unique thing about yourselves, that one strength that gives you an edge. And how does that manifest itself through your work? Optimize that strength and you'll be a winner, always. In conclusion, I'd like to thank my colleagues on the jury for their wonderful support, to the E4M team, Anurag, Karan and the extended team for this initiative and for making the whole process seamless and well orchestrated. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
It was an honor to be part of the jury for exchange4media's 30 Under 30 for PR and communications professionals. It was an honor to do this judging along with industry leaders and peers, and to see a wonderful, diverse group of young talent from our industry that is exceptional. We received a large number of entries from young talent with a great deal of diversity and potential. In my opinion, these are professionals that can be future leaders in the communications industry. I was very happy with that. However, in order to refine and be focused in your approach and your entry, you need to be very clear on the parameters that were given. Some of the entries I found were not very sharp when it came to that. Second, we had a chance to meet some of these wonderful young professionals in our industry, from the PR industry, as well as from the agency side, as well as from corporate communications.
Hello everyone, my name is Amit Nanchahal and I am the Associate Director for Corporate Communications at PepsiCo India. So first of all, a big thank you to the organizers for making me part of this prestigious list of jury members, and I must say that the entire experience of evaluating and then selecting the eventual winners has been fabulous and lots to learn from me too in that. Coming on the kind of entries, again, a big congratulations to each one of you for putting together those entries. I must say that I could see a lot of effort went behind that, a lot of dedication. Many of the entries were very sharp with some fantastic examples of the great work each one of you have done. Also, forward-looking statements and where do you see in next 5 years? I was astonished. I was so happy the kind of vision and the thinking each one of you have and where you see yourself in next 5 years. So must say that a lot of the entries were very interesting. But of course, as I say, there's always room for improvement. So what could have been done better? I personally love to go through each entry, but then I was always looking for those entries which had also a video entry to it or video submission with it. And I must say that further elevated the narrative which you were trying to set up.
My name is Navneet Anand, and I congratulate all those who have made it to the final list of E4M 30 under 30. What a delight it was to choose from some of the finest brains in the industry. I'm very proud to see such bright professionals in the PR industry.
Hi everyone. So my overall journey as a judge of E4M 30 under 30 was quite fulfilling and was quite fascinating also at the same time. The reason why I say is that I was quite overwhelmed to see the kind of entries that the young professionals of the industry have showcased, the kind of work that they're doing, and the level of innovation that they build to showcase their work. I think it was fantastic. While we were even engaging with some of the the shortlisted candidates, it was quite interesting to see how their journey has been and where their aspiration lies in the industry. I kind of felt very confident. I kind of felt very proud of the industry that I belong to, and also at the same time of the champions who are now going to be coming in the industry henceforth. A big congratulations to all the winners who won the 30 under 30. You guys were excellent, and further on you have a great responsibility of keep on improving your craft, keep on working towards bettering your craft and your art. So please keep on doing that.
I'm Taranjeet Ratan, Managing Partner of Nucleus PR. Attracting and retaining talent in the PR industry was always an uphill task. Acknowledgement of good work, even more scarce. One had to wait for a good number of years and maybe a few grey hair, before this actually became a reality. That is if you weren't burnt out or managed to stick in the industry for that long. However, thanks to initiatives like E4M's 30 under 30, it might not be such a long wait. So exciting to be living in such an appreciative time. And this is a wonderful platform to acknowledge and recognize young talent. On the entries itself, I was very impressed to see PR professionals, adding a strong element of creativity to all their entries, whether it was in PPTs, in videos, memes, reels, and a strong hangover of Bollywood. But it was fun, and the jury had their work cut out for them. In the interest of ensuring that the next set of entries that come in raise the bar even further, I would advise all the candidates to pay strong attention to editing. Keep it crisp. If you can't watch a reel beyond 10 seconds, it is very difficult to hold a jury's attention for 10 minutes on a single entry. It also helps if you focus your entry on your work achievements. After all, you're being acknowledged for your work. Keep your personal life story short and focus on the accomplishments. And remember, you are expected to do a good job and be good at what you do. So focus on bringing the exceptional, the wow factor into your entry. Congratulations to all the young professionals who have been recognized in E4M's 30 under 30. May there be more of your tribe that joins the ranks next year. And yes, a lot of you spoke about mentoring in your entries. So take the next year to mentor more winners in your tribe.
It was indeed an honor to be a jury member for the second edition of Exchange for Media 30 under 30 Summit and Awards to identify the next generation leaders in the communication industry. I'm pleased to note that majority of the submissions this year were just outstanding. It wasn't easy for us as jury members to pick the winners. Content is one part, but what amazed me is the willingness to take risks and think outside the box. I want to congratulate all the winners for this year, and for those who didn't make it to the list, I sincerely urge them to try again for the next year's 30 under 30. A loud shout out to E4M for giving me this opportunity, and a big thanks to all my fellow jury members. Thank you.
Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
Of course, our heartiest thanks to all the jury members. And I'd also like to mention the support of our partners for the event. As we all know, no event is possible without the support of the partners. So I'd like to thank our presenting partner, Adfactors PR, Knowledge Driven Communications, powered by partners Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Candor Communications, Gold Partners, ATDB, Media Mic, Fusion Public Relations, and Seraphim Communication. Now, before we move forward, I'd like to also welcome on screen Mr. Karan Bhatia, Business Strategy Consultant with E4M, also leading this project here. Karan, can we have you on screen, please?
Hi.
Welcome.
So I would like to congratulate all the winners who are here. So jury process was a little stringent. I know we received very fabulous response in terms of the number of entries, but while going through the different layer of judging process, the rigorous process which went through, so they were looking at your entries, your creativity, your technical upheaval, and how you were performing. And some people were there to present in person. So based on those parameters and analysis, the winners are selected. So as we go along, we will have some 30 plus odd winners, which will be felicitated today. And those of you who couldn't make it to the list, there's always a next time. The doors are always open. Each year we are adding new layers to our initiative. So PR is something which has been built as a community now in Exchange for Media, and we are adding every new feathers to it. As you see, we'll have 40 under 40 Women Achiever series. We are also coming out with a new list. So keeping the momentum going, I'll not take much time between you and your award. So I'll ask Khyati, so we should start taking out, calling out the winners by their name. I would also like to acknowledge there are certain jury members. We have our Honorable Jury Chair, Ms. Sunaina Malik. We have Sailesh Ji. We have Dr. Navneet Anand. We have Amit Nanchal. We have Abhishek Mahapatra. So many more will be there to, congratulate you in person. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it online considering the COVID scenario, and a lot of people are falling sick to it. Plus, most of you are based out of town. So to keep the excitement and momentum going, we thought it's better to do it virtually than to have a physical face-to-face. But hopefully next year things will be better. We'll do an on-ground event, and your trophies will eventually. We already have your addresses, so it will reach you right on time. So let's start with it. Dr. Anand, Sunaina, may I request you to switch on your camera, and we can just start calling winners one by one.
Thank you, Karan, so much.
Sunaina, if you want to say anything to any winner, please. We'll not interrupt you.
I think I said most of my piece up front, and now it's really only time for congratulations.
So let's keep the ball rolling then. Dr. Anand, anything from you?
All the very best. It is indeed a great pleasure to see such bright youngsters, joining our industry, and it's a truly a great day for all of us in the industry today. Congratulations to all the winner. winners and to everyone who participated in the process.
Congratulations. We are seeing our next future leader there. So let's roll, Kathy.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the moment has come to announce those 30 plus lucky winners of the second edition of E4MPR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Awards 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in not any particular order. These are all the winners of the 30 Under 30 Awards. So we're going to start with the audio visual, and as the name is announced, I'd like our winner to please switch on their videos and camera and join us on screen. So hope all of you are ready and set. Don't forget to give your congratulatory messages on whichever platform you're watching us. Tag the winners, tag us. We'd love to engage and be part of the celebration. So here we go. The E4MPR and CORP COMM 30 Under 30 Awards 2022. Can we have the audio visual, please?
And the award goes to Astha Anand on purpose.
So congratulations, many congratulations, Astha, to you.
Thank you, everyone. Feels great to be recognized, and firsts are always special, and it's a first for me as a PR professional. Also, thank you to the jury for the kind words and E4M team for the recognition. I guess here's to a little less self-doubting and a whole lot of good work. Thank you, everyone.
Well done, Astha.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again, Astha. Celebrations are in line. With that, we'll move on to announce our next name on the list. Here we go.
And the award goes to Gitika Chadha, Value 360 Communications.
Many congratulations to you, Gitika, Senior Account Manager at Value 360 Communications. How do you feel?
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Judy, for this recognition. It means a lot. And yes, it's the first for me too. I'm really happy for this and looking forward for more.
Shaileji,
Congratulations.
would you like to say anything, Amit?
No, I mean, just a big congratulations, Geetika. Great job done. And I think, like Sonia had mentioned earlier, you are now going to be wearing a hat of being a mentor. So this award comes with a lot of responsibility also. So while you rejoice and enjoy, and which you should do definitely, we look forward for you to mentoring others as you move ahead as the future leaders, what Karan had mentioned. So congratulations once again.
Thanks a lot. It means a lot. Thank you.
Wonderful. Many congratulations, Gitika, one more time to you.
Thank you.
And let's take a look at who is the next name on our list. Can we have the audio visual, please?
And the award goes to Shrabani Singh, Script Box.
Many congratulations, Shrabani, Corporate Communications at Scriptbox. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. I generally want to extend my gratitude to the E4M team and the jury for sharing this moment with me, and would just like to congratulate all the other winners today. It's a very fast-paced industry, always heavy with crisis, so a moment of joy is always welcome. Thank you to everyone, and hoping to do more good work in the industry as well going forward.
Good show, Shrabani.
Congratulations, Shrabani. Shaileji, would you like to say something?
Yes, as Karan, it's been a wonderful experience, and the the amazing work being done by these youngsters is always inspiring, and we always go back to our days and see, compare with that. Then we actually realize that now, of course, it's a technology enabled, but the work is being done, what they are doing is fantastic, and multitasking as well as multiple accounts, doing it with a very finesse, and the knowledge and the emotional quotient both are being integrated by them, which is wonderful. Actually, my congratulations to all of them. Those who could not make, I'm sure they will be having more avenues, as Karan said in the beginning. Keep applying and keep trying. Thank you.
Thank you, and many congratulations, Shrabni, to you. Moving forward, announcing our next team on this coveted list. Let's take a look at the audiovisual.
And the award goes to Didas Datta, Cactus Communications.
So big congratulations to Ms. Datta, who's the Global Corporate Communications Manager at Cactus Communications. Very warm welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank the entire jury and the team of E4M for conducting such event. It does help young professionals like us to stay motivated and keep up the good work. And it feels great to be recognized. I also want to congratulate everyone who nominated themselves, because I think that's the first step to believe that we can win. And I wish all the best to everyone for a great future.
Thank you and congratulations again, Ms. Datta. And I want to tell all our winners and viewers, I'm sure all of you are taking some great snapshots of this win. So don't forget to use the hashtag E4MP30 under 30 awards so that we can be part of the celebration as well when you go social. Thank you. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Titas.
Moving on to finding out our next name who's made it to the list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Rohit Kumar, Air Asia India Private Limited.
Many congratulations, Rohit. Rohit is the Senior Executive Public Relations with Air Asia India Private Limited. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the entire jury and to E4M for actually extending this platform for all the professionals like us. I'd also like to give a big shout out to all the other awardees here. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, Rohit.
Congratulations, Rohit. I remember your submission and I think an extremely confident entry. Well done, guys.
Well done and many congratulations, Rohit. I hope the celebrations are already on there and we hope to see that on social as well. Moving forward to finding out who made it to the list, which is that next name. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Komal Mishra, Voltas Limited, a Tata enterprise.
Congratulations, Komal. Very warm welcome.
Thank you to the esteemed jury and thank you to E4M. I'm so happy because I see Sunaina Malik here. I started my career back in 2015 at Text 100 and I got my very first PR award from her. So I think this makes it much more special. I think communication is just like a roller coaster ride. You keep reinventing the wheel and I'm glad I was able to do so and add value to the brands that I've been associated with. Lastly, a special thank you to all my mentors and team mates. PR, I believe, is never a one-man show. So a big, big thank you to them again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Komal. I'm extremely proud as well. And it's wonderful to see you doing so well. Well done.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Komal, to you. Yes, a lot of congratulations are in order. If you are doing so, don't forget to tag our awardees, the winners of the list, and also us so that we can be part of the celebration. Moving forward to finding out our next name who's made it to this elite list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Shivani Joshi, TVS Motor Company.
So our heartiest congratulations to you, Shivani. A very warm welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the jury and E4M for recognizing my work. And it only motivates me to do better as we continue to forge into the fiercer PR arenas. And like Komal mentioned, I didn't know she was a part of this process. But like Komal, I started my journey with Archetype, and I received one of my first awards from Sunena. And I've been extremely lucky to have some really, really good mentors throughout my career, and so lucky to have been recognized today. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Shivani.
Well done. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So, Abhishek, you want to say something?
I was just saying congratulations. Good to see two back-to-back ex-archetype people. And it just makes one so happy to see everyone doing well. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Sunena.
Abhishek, you want to say something to the winner?
Hey, hi, Karan, and hello, everybody. Many congratulations, Shivani.
Thanks, Abhishek.
And I'm sure that our paths will cross and we'll continue to learn from each other. So congratulations, and I think it's a great platform, a well-deserved recognition. Do well.
Thank you so much. Means a lot.
Congratulations, Shivani, once again. Have a great evening. Don't forget to celebrate.
Yeah.
All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, finding out who is the next young talent who's made it under E4M 30 under 30 list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Shalaka Kulkarni, Microland Limited.
Hi, I'm just down with COVID, so won't be able to talk a lot. But just wanted to thank everyone and thank you, Karan, and the entire team for a beautifully crafted process. The jury and the entire experience has been very enriching. This is my third recognition in the communication space, and I think third time's a charm. So thank you so much. It is lovely to see such bright communications professionals across industries, and kudos to the entire jury, and thanks a lot. I'm humbled. I'm truly humbled. This I can't speak.
You rest, Shlaka. Well done. We're all extremely proud, and get well soon.
Thank you.
Get well soon. Congratulations, Shlaka.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Shailesh.
Many congratulations to you, Ms. Kulkarni, and we wish you a speedy recovery from it. And I'm sure the celebrations will wait for you while you get rest.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
much. Soon, Shalaka, and well-deserved. Many congratulations. And I know it's your third one, but I'm sure this one is the most special one. So keep
yes,
going.
it is. It is. It definitely is. I was looking forward to this one, and it gives me a lot of hope and courage to keep doing on newer things and experimenting, and outstripping my yesterday by my today.
Wonderful. Many congratulations once again to you. And for all those putting on those winning shots, don't forget to tag us. Use the hashtag E4MPR 30 under 30 awards. And all those complimenting and congratulating the winners, don't forget to tag them as well. I'm sure they'd be happy to get all the wishes they can. This is a well-deserved win for everybody. So moving on to finding out who the next name is on this coveted list, let's take a look.
And the award goes to Akanksha Ahlawat, Cars 24 Services Private Limited.
Many congratulations, Akanksha. Are you here? Can we see you and hear you? So I'd like all of you to please congratulate Akanksha. Once she's here, maybe we'll hear from her. So with that, we'll move forward and invite and announce our next name on the list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Nakul Ghai, Wiley.
Congratulations, Nakul.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the recognition exchange for media. I would also like to thank all the jury members for taking out time and efforts for recognizing the young stalwarts of the industry. I would also like to congratulate all the other co-winners on the list because I'm sure that they are also doing some incredible work. I assure you that I'll certainly try to live up to this recognition and continue to raise the bar. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
That's well done.
Congratulations, Nakul. Many congratulations to you. And now moving forward to recognizing our next name on the list. Here we go.
And the award goes to Hamsa Yogita Shri, Concept Public Relations.
So heartiest congratulations, Hamsa, to you. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. I started my career during the pandemic, and I just finished 2 years. And at the age of 23, being recognized by such great industry leaders and getting to know, it's so overwhelming, and I'm so excited about this. And thank you so much, everyone. And I wish to cross paths with all of you and meet and learn from you all. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, and keep those energy levels high, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Hamsa. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to keep the love pouring for all our winners while we invite our next one. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Prachi Chavan, Ruder Fin India Private Limited.
Many congratulations, Prachi. A very warm welcome to you. Please unmute yourself.
My bad. Thank you so much for this. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be recognized along with such talented bunch of people, and I couldn't be more thrilled. I wouldn't have been here without the guidance and support of my mentors, of course. Thank you for being there for me all along. And I hope to continue to do more such clutter-breaking work and adding value to our industry. Thank you once again.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, Prachi, and hope that the celebrations are in line too.
For sure. Thank you, Kat.
Thank you. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is our next young talent who's made it to the coveted list. Let's take a look at who that is.
And the award goes to Arshia Harjani, Edelman.
Many congratulations, Arshia.
Congratulations.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm really, really honored. Thank you, jury. Thank you, E4M. This is a very important milestone, one that's going to stick. I'm really excited and thrilled. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ash.
Yeah, very big congratulations. And I must say that while I was going through your entry, it saw the kind of confidence level. So keep that up, and wishing you all the best in the future journey.
Wonderful. So many congratulations, Arshia, to you. And with that, we'll move forward and invite our next winner who's made it to the list. Let's find out.
And the award goes to Sejal Mehra, Archetype Agency Private Limited.
Big congratulations to you, Sejal. A very warm welcome.
Thank you, Khyati, and thank you to the Exchange for Media team for putting all of this together. A special thank you to the jury. I feel honored to be even evaluated by such an esteemed jury. And of course, thank you to Archetype for giving me the platform and the space to grow and explore myself. And thank you so much, Sunana, for being the leader and the mentor I never knew I needed. So yeah, thank you for being an inspiration, and thank you to the jury once again.
I'm so glad you made it to the list, Sejal. Congratulations, and truly well deserved.
Thank you, Sunana.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congrats, Sejal, and I must say you're in great hands.
Wonderful. Many congratulations to you, Sejal. And I'd like all those who are in the Zoom call as well, you can congratulate each other. The chat option is open for all those watching us on different social media platforms. Don't forget to pour out your love to all our winners who's made it to the list. Tag them, share the love, and of course, tag us so that we can be part of the celebration. Moving forward in announcing our next name who's made it to the list, let's take a look.
And the award goes to Bhagyashri Deol, Shimaru Entertainment.
So many congratulations to Bhagyashri. Bhagyashri was not able to join because of the bandwidth issue where she was, but we wish her all the best and our heartiest congratulations to her. Moving forward in announcing our next name who's made it to the list, let's take a look at the audiovisual.
And the award goes to Manvi Chopra, the Leela Palace, Jaipur.
Many congratulations to you. How do you feel?
Thank you so much. I would really like to thank the entire E4M team, and I think the amount of effort that's gone behind putting this together. And it feels good to see that, PR professionals from across all the industries have come in together here on this platform. So thanks to E4M, thanks to the entire jury for this recognition, and look forward to making valuable contributions to the industry. Thank you.
Congratulations, Manvi.
Congratulations. And I remember your submission too. What an impressive track record. Fantastic stuff there. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sanana. Thanks, Karun. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, just wanted to add that Aditya, bang on. The submission was perfect. And it's a great job done, Manvi, and wishing you all the best for the future.
Thanks, Anu. Thank you.
So congratulations, Manvi, once again. And I hope Leela has made efforts to put in a celebration for you as well. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kathy.
Moving forward in recognizing our next name who's made it to the 30 under 30 list from the PR and CORP COMM industry. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Nimisha Mathur, Ad Factors PR Private Limited.
Congratulations, Nimisha. A very welcome.
Thank you. This feels surreal. And thanks a lot to the whole entire E4M team, Mr. Bhatia, Mr. Batra, for putting this together and making it so seamless, even for the people who have registered and nominated themselves. I'll just take a minute, and if I have the time, I just want to quote something that I wrote specially for this. If you are not charged up about doing something, if you don't have the josh, the fire in your belly for it, then don't do it. It is by Shah Rukh Khan. And I hope to keep everybody's josh about keeping mine and my team's josh high always for the best outcomes. Thanks a lot and congratulations to everybody.
That's really nice, Nimisha. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Nimisha.
Congratulations, Nimisha. You deserved it.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
So now I get a glimpse of all that Bollywood that was there in the entry. Congratulations, Nimisha. And I hope you celebrated in true Bollywood style with all the josh from you and your team.
We had lots of Shah Rukh Khan fans. Many of the entries.
She loves Shah Rukh, for sure.
Well, it shows.
Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
Next time we'll bring Shah Rukh Khan on the jury.
Okay, Karan, we'll wait for that, Karan. I think you'll have a lot more participation.
Yes, trust Karan to
Now you have to stick to your words.
Of course, he can always manage.
Wonderful. All right, with that, we'll move forward in recognizing the next talent who's made it to the coveted list. Let's take a look at.
And the award goes to Smith Shah, REC Limited.
So many congratulations to you, Smith. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to thank E4M and the jury for facilitating me, and I think it's a real honor to be recognized among such wonderful industry leaders, future industry leaders, and I hope for the best things in the future as well.
Smith, we were all fascinated by your name. Is there a meaning to the name?
Yeah, actually, it's a Hindi and Gujarati word for smile.
Smile. That's right.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes.
So keep smiling. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Many congratulations, Smith.
Congrats.
Thank you all.
And it's also favorite word of the dental surgeons because they put smiles to all the dental problems. Especially in Gujarat, we have a lot of Smiths.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually a very common name there.
Correct.
Wonderful. So Smith, we hope you keep smiling and congratulations. And we hope that the celebrations are in order for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to announcing our next name and hoping that you haven't stopped working those thumbs and congratulating all our winners. Till then, let's take a look at who is our next one.
And the award goes to Mani Saxena, Edelman.
Many congratulations, Mani. I think Mani Saxena has also been in no network zone somewhere. So we'd like to congratulate him. And of course, if our jury wants to say a few words, please go ahead.
Congratulations is about, I think, what we all want to say.
Yeah. Although, I mean, I had to not participate in this entry because Mani works on PepsiCo account, but I must say that the kind of work he's brought on especially the Pepsi brand has been immense. So much deserving, and big congratulations to him.
Wonderful. Many congratulations, Mani, to you. I hope you'll be watching this video later. So know that all of us are really happy and proud that you've made it to the list. Moving forward to our next name who's made it to 30 under 30. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Sonali Priyambada, Allison Plus Partners.
Many congratulations to you, Sonali.
Congratulations, Sonali.
Hi, thank you. I think my camera is just refusing to cooperate with me today. So I'm just gonna thank all the jury members for recognizing me for this list, and thank you and congratulations to all the winners who've made it to the list. It's a huge honor, and I'm really overwhelmed. Thank you so much.
Well, the robotic voice aside, Sonali, many congratulations to you. I'm guessing it's the rains, it's the downpour in Mumbai that has.
Sorry, there's some issue with my internet.
I know. But hoping that that's not going to stop you from celebrating. So many congratulations to you, Sonali.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move forward in announcing and recognizing the next talent who's made it to the list. Let's take a look through this audiovisual.
And the award goes to Pratiksha Bhatia, Genesis BCW.
Hi, hello everyone. I hope I'm visible. Firstly,
yes,
am I?
Okay. You're audible. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. I was actually waiting to hear my name on this platform. So thank you so much, firstly, for this opportunity, and then to recognizing us. A special thanks to all jury members, E4M team, and Genesis and Indigo team. Basically, so this is my first award as well, outside the office premises. So it means a lot to me. Thank you so much. And yes, I won't forget to tag E4M on every social media platform I'm on to.
Thank you for doing this. Congratulations, Pratiksha.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Many congratulations to you, Pratiksha. And as all of us working on digital mediums, whether it's PR, corporate comm, know how important it is to tag each other and engage on those social media platforms. So don't forget to do so. All of them who are congratulating the winners who are posting their victory snapshots, videos, We'd love to engage with you and celebrate alongside. Moving forward in recognizing our next name who's made it to the list, let's take a look.
And the award goes to Ritvik Deshmukh, Fujitsu Consulting India Private Limited.
Many congratulations, Ritvik.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank the exchange4media team, Dr. Batra, all the jury members, Karan and Faisal for being so cooperative with the whole process. Also would like to thank my wife and my best friend, Shreya. We recently got married, so she's hogging all the credit for this. Also, the leadership at Fujitsu, Sumit, Raghu, Ronata, my team members, Divya, Trisha, Mithali, as well as not forgetting my Ideosphere family, Aniruddha, Meenal, Shoaib, Monica. This is for all of you, and thank you so much, everybody, for all the exposure and the learnings throughout the journey. Congratulations to all the winners. Cheers.
Congratulations, Ritvik.
Give the credit, man. Give the credit. She's lucky. To you.
Thank you.
Congrats, Ritvik.
Thanks, Abhishek.
So many congratulations to you, Ritvik, on winning the award and for winning the lady love of your life. Many congratulations. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next name who's made it to the coveted E4M PR and CORP COMM 30 under 30 2022 list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Chitranshi Saxena, Simulations Public Affairs Management Services Private Limited.
Congratulations, Chitranshi.
Thank you everyone. I would like to thank the jury and E4M team for being so supportive throughout the process, and cheers and congratulations to all the co-winners. Thanks.
Congratulations, Chitranshi.
Thank you Karan sir.
You have an amazing boss.
Thank you sir.
Let's move forward.
All right, many congratulations, Chitranshi. Here's moving forward in announcing and recognizing our next name on the list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Himani Sehgal, Media Mantra.
Many congratulations, Himani. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Himani.
Thank you, Karan. So it's been a great honor to be a part of this list. A big thanks to the jury and the exchange4media team for recognizing my work, and a special thanks definitely goes out to my team and my mentors, for being there always for me, for supporting me and for guiding me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats, Himani.
Thank you.
Many congratulations, and we will move forward in letting you know who else has made it to the list. Here comes.
And the award goes to Nicole Fernandez, Madison PR.
Many congratulations to you, Nicole. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thanks to each one of the jury members. And I hope that, many more youngsters join this industry
It's been a very enriching journey for me from being a journalist to being a PR professional. And I hope I will be able to inspire many more youngsters in this industry.
Congratulations, Nicole.
Well said, and many congratulations, Nicole.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Nicole.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're inching towards our last few names. Let's take a look on who's made it to the list. Our next name is
And the award goes to Jainam Vora, Alt Balaji.
I don't think Janam is here.
Yes, Jainam unfortunately has not been able to log in. So many congratulations to Jainam. He's the group PR manager for Alt Balaji. Our heartiest congratulations. With that, we'll move forward and reveal our next name on this list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Priyanka Rawat, Value 360 Communications Private Limited.
Congratulations, Priyanka.
Congratulations, Priyanka.
Thank you, everyone. And a special thanks to the jury and for them team for recognizing my work and the hard work so far. Honestly, I'm overwhelmed, humbled, and honored to be a part of this prestigious list. A big shout out to all the winners and participants. Let's keep shining and making the industry proud of us. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, well done.
Many congratulations, Priyanka, to you from all of us at E4M.
Thanks a lot. Means a lot to me.
Thank you. All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next name who's made it under the list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Shrishti Sharma, Ad Factors PR.
Big congratulations to you, Shrishti. A very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. I hope I am visible and audible.
Yes,
I just want to thank everybody. It is said that it takes a village to raise a child. I'm that child. I've had immense support from my family, and I've had the best of the bosses. I can proudly say that have mentored me, held me at every step, and pushed me whenever required. So I just want to thank everybody and the panel who has seen that potential in me. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Krishna.
Thank you.
Many congratulations.
Congrats, Srishti. And I must say that your entry was very sharp and very nicely put. So much congratulations.
Thank you. Means a lot.
Many congratulations to you, Shrishti. Don't forget to celebrate with that whole team and family and everybody out there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, with that, we're moving forward to announcing our next name who's made it to the list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Nikita Sengupta, Hill and Knowlton.
Many congratulations to you, Nikita. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. I hope I am visible and audible to all of you. So, firstly, I would like to thank the entire team and the jury at T4M for considering me worthy enough for this recognition. And I would also like to thank my entire team at HK who, inspire me every day through all the ups and downs. I feel extremely honored for this recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and many, many congratulations to you, Nikita. Right, moving on to recognizing the next young talent, the young leader who's made it to the list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Swati Rajagopal, Business Wire India.
Many, many congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Swati.
Thank you. Thank you, exchange4media, for this wonderful recognition, and my organization, Business Wire India, for giving me this opportunity to participate. When I first got to know that I'm nominated for this wonderful category, the nomination itself felt so special. And now that I'm selected as a winner, it is just an amazing feeling. And it is definitely a day that I'm going to remember forever in my career. So thank you so much, and many, many congratulations to all other winners.
Congratulations, Swati. Sunana ma'am, you're on mute if you'd like to.
I was just saying good show and well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again, heartiest congratulations, Swati. We are now to the last three names. I know what a pain it would be to wait through the end, but let me remind and assure you that we are here for you, and all that recognition and applause is coming your way. So here it comes, our next name on the PR CORP COMM 30 under 30 list. Let's take a look.
And the award goes to Divya Kulshrestha, Archetype India.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for recognizing my work. Thanks to the E4M team and the esteemed jury. I think that this award definitely reassures that we are moving in the right direction, and it will definitely motivate me to work harder and achieve great milestones. Also, I'm very, very fortunate to be working under Sunaina's leadership. So a very special thanks to her. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
Congratulations. And this is your award and you deserve it. Well done.
Thank you, Sunaina. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Divya. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Divya.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much.
All right, coming forward is our second last name on the list. Let's take a look at who made it to the list.
And the award goes to Sonal Tripathi, Helen Knowlton.
Hi, I hope I'm audible and visible to you all. Thanks a lot to all my jury members and my organization, Helen Knowlton Strategies. I'm truly honored, and congratulations to all the winners. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, Sonal. Many, many congratulations to you. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here comes the last, and as I say, the last but not the least award in the list. Let's take a look on whose name that is.
And the award goes to Tulsi Agnihotri, Rudafin India Private Limited.
Thank you so much, Kathy, the E4M jury. It was really an humbling honor. I just want to say, I think, first of all, I want to thank my mentors because without them, this wasn't possible at all. Secondly, for you guys for putting this together because honestly, it has an effect larger than just the winners for the year because last year was my manager who won this award. And that's what inspired me to, showcase my work and get that recognition. It actually filled that drive. So yeah, thank you for, inspiring all of us and congratulations to the co-winners as well. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Tulsi.
Thank you.
Congrats, Tulsi.
Congrats, Tulsi.
Congratulations, Tulsi, and to all the winners so far. Thank you, jury, for staying with us till the end and really being here, honoring all the winners of the list. Thank you so much for your time. Of course, the process that you went through, we can't thank you enough for that. But even you being here digitally present to honor them has meant a lot. So thank you so much once again.
Thank
Thank you, Sunaina. Thank you, Salesh, Abhishek, and rest of the jury member, whoever could make it, especially on a Saturday. Last Saturday, you were kind enough to spend 4-5 hours with us. And then on Sunday, some of the jury who couldn't make it. Then again, on a Saturday. So we've been calling you on weekends, keeping you busy in our work. We are profoundly apologetic for that. But having said that, it was to have such a audacious jury great jury where such a stellar work has been awarded on a platform like ours. Each year we are striving to give more and more opportunities, create a better platform in terms of reaching out to more and more young as well as veterans in the PR industry space.
Thank you, Karan,
Karan.
for the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. I was saying the same thing for giving us the chance to evaluate such great work. And congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
And thank you to Kayati for being the graceful host. She's been hosting most of our previous PR-related events.
As always.
Well done, Kayati.
And she adds a special thing to the award. So great job done, guys.
Thank you so much. You guys have been really sweet and kind. But this celebration is all about the 30 under 30 who made it to the list. So congratulations to all the winners. We're hoping that you're celebrating already with family, friends, if you're at office with your teams. Don't forget to post it on social. We'd love to see all those celebratory moments. Tag us, hashtag E4M 30 under 30 awards. We'd love to be part of the celebration. Until we see you next time, thank you so much for being part of the second edition of Exchange for Media, PR and CORP COMM 30 under 30 Summit and Awards 2022. Thank you so much.
Before we conclude, there are a few more people who work behind the scene relentlessly, but there is special. Please come online. You have Shabasti, you have Ruchika. They have been tirelessly working in this, making this event a success. So hats off to you guys also for putting this together.
Thank you.
Thank you. We hardly see them on camera.
Good show.
Welcome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And congratulations to all the ones.
Happy weekend.
Thank you.
Let the celebrations begin. I will see you again next time. Have a great evening, everybody. Stay safe.
Take care, everyone. Sagar, we can play the AV now.
Presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास, डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Exchange4media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange4media group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchange4media.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange4media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange4media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange4media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. exchange4media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder exchange4media group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. exchange4media.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency and the highest behavioural standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill & Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.